Hello, everyone. Hope you're all having a good weekend. Welcome in, Eltibago, Harry, Elfie, and all my other viewers. Thank you for redeeming your flowers of the day. Getting close to 100 flowers now, Eltibago. You have 96. Some other people are getting close too. So today we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Concrete Jungle, a city planning themed deck building game. Here is the Steam link if anybody is interested. Do take a look. It's not on sale right now, but I think it goes on sale every so often, like most of these old games do. Hello, Alex. Good to see you as well. Let me go ahead and get the game set up. Here we go. Sound would be nice. Okay, I think the sound is working. As always, let me know if the sound is good or if there are any problems. So I'm going to continue with the campaign. If we get through the campaign today, which we may well do, then there are a couple of other things I would like to do. I might be able to get a versus game working if anybody wants to try to play that via remote play. I think, Harry, you said you might be interested. If so, it'll probably be the first time anybody's ever streamed versus mode of this game. But I can also play the solo mode. And I might not get a high score, but I can show you the strategy that I used to get some of my best scores, which, I mean, they're in the top 10, but very few people have actually played this game, so that's not too surprising. Harry, I saw you got the achievement for clearing 100 columns, so I assume you have in fact been playing the game. Although, okay, I guess you weren't playing it in solo mode yet, otherwise your name would be here, but that's fine. 100 total. Okay, you've been playing the campaign then, I guess. Harry says, I've been getting good learning the Xbox controls. Yeah, you mentioned that. I to be honest, I haven't looked into Steam Remote Play before now, but from what Harry is saying, it sounds like the person who's playing remotely has to use a controller. So I guess it only works if the game has controller support. I actually didn't know if this game had controller support, but it sounds like it does. If Harry has been playing with it, so that's good. But I do wonder why remote play doesn't support mouse and keyboard. Seems like that would be a thing that it could do, but never mind. So yeah, Harry, I don't know how long you're going to be here today. Would you rather do a versus mode now, or would you rather do it later in the stream? Either is fine with me. Harry says, do PC games support multiple mice and keyboards? Well, not exactly, but like if I was to plug two keyboards into my PC, then either of those, pressing a button on either of those keyboards would cause something to happen in the game. So it ought to work, but I don't know. I don't know is the answer. Harry says later is good. Okay, we'll do a few campaign levels then. So yeah, we have a choice between very hard difficulty or extreme difficulty now. This is a 2 versus 2 competitive match in Ferndale District. We also have some more versus mode against a specific character, which unlocks that character as a playable character. So let's do one of them first. I think my deck was working pretty well based on the cards that I have at the moment. So
Bonjour.
Yes, this character.
Huh?
Is this the mayor's office?
Oui. Are you Eve Lorraine?
Yes.
Let me actually just. Yeah, I want the voices to be slightly louder without making the music any louder. I've already got the voices up to max, but let's see if that works.
I've heard of you. You've been to every city council meeting since 1999. You're quite the...
Hello, Kate. Good to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. We've just started the second stream of Concrete Jungle. I'm playing through the campaign. We might be doing a versus game with Harry later. As I say, I'm pretty sure if we do, that will be the first time anyone's ever streamed the versus mode. So.
Thorn in the side of local government? Yes, I know, Miss Thompson.
I was going to say passionate, concerned citizen.
I think I've worked with a lot of the characters in this game.
I go to every meeting because I love this town, and I don't want to see it go to waste at the hands of Pat Burger Corporation. Plus, you're all extremely terrible at your jobs. I can improve efficiency around here by 2.9%. Which, granted, doesn't sound like a lot, but I don't do hyperbole. So, look more impressed, please.
I don't know what any of that meant, but I'm easily impressed by the words outside of my vocabulary.
We need all the help we can get right now.
Hold on, Eve. We're a crack team of city planners right here. You might be able to throw frankly unimpressive figures at us, but when it comes to making the tough decisions, you've got a lot to prove first.
It's such a random assortment of characters.
You need to compete with us at city planning first.
It seems incredibly counterproductive to city plan competitively. Wouldn't it just make a mess?
Yep.
Fight, fight, fight.
Kate says my allergies have been crazy this weekend. I'm sorry to hear that, Kate. I guess autumn is on the way, and things like hay fever and pollen allergies should be calming down at least. Kate says, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired. Had fun yesterday with my stream of Teeny Tiny Trains, and looking forward to tomorrow's stream as well. So I'm doing okay in like that side of my life. Work is rather busy for me at the moment, and it just wears you down. It's not that it's particularly difficult or anything; it just wears you down. So yeah, other than that, I'm doing okay. Hello, Ben. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower. So we have another competitive game to play here. Looks like there are some points up for grabs already on the board. But they're outside of my buildable area, so my opponent could just come in and try and cancel them out. I can also build like aggressively into their area and try to make them lose points, but it comes at the cost of me losing points as well. If I was to put anything there. Kate says, work is never not exhausting, I feel. Thank you, Kate. So yeah, we're playing against another new character, so they have their own set of special abilities. Okay, that's not a point collecting building. Frustratingly, I can't take a point away from them without taking a point away from me at the same time. Bad. Works here. Let me upgrade that. Ah, I was hoping it would upgrade the one that's next in my list, but we can do this instead. Okay. So I can deprive them of a point up here. I'll do so. I could just deprive them of all their points, in fact. Yeah, the good news is they haven't got any cards. Ah, they've got a factory coming up, but yeah, they didn't have any cards that do negative points vertically, so they couldn't take this point away from me. My point. That time they were able to take a point away. Okay, here I can turn this -2 into a 1 and collect it. Might be okay. Then I can take one of their points away. There's sort of a balance in this game for whether you want to, in the versus mode at least, whether you want to go for scoring points yourself or trying to take away all your opponent's points. Obviously in solo mode you have to score points yourself. These are actually really useful in versus because it doesn't matter where anyone else puts their things, you can always play it. There. Can't really use this because if I use this now, then they'll just take the points off me. So I'll use one of these. Hello, Cass. Welcome in. Very good to see you. Hope you are doing okay. Sorry I haven't been in your streams recently. Let's make it up to you by doing a shout out. Cass Velotl. Cass so cozy. Awesome streamer. And if you subscribe to them, you get all these cute little axolotl emotes. Cass is a lotl. Cass is that lovely axolotl. You haven't been streaming. Okay. That's why I haven't been in your streams then, because there haven't been any streams to be in. Well, I hope to see you back streaming soon. Especially now I've done that shout out. But, you know, take your time. If you need a break, that's absolutely fine. You are still best lotl, whether you stream or not. Okay, time to get myself some serious points. Might do a stream on Monday, says Cash. Ooh, I'll see if I can be there. Right, I do need to be a little bit worried here with all these points my opponent is scoring. I think I can try and tip the balance in my favour here. If I manage to win this column, I get all of the points in that column, even my opponent's points. My opponent doesn't have many negative point giving buildings, so I'm mostly safe from negative points. There's only this bit left now, isn't there? We might as well do this.
Everything as planned.
You say everything is planned, but I did just steal 4 of your points. And now I'm up by 24 to 8. Probably not exactly what you were planning. Sorry, this is probably going to make a noise, but... my mic stand is not staying in the same place, and the mic is now very close to my mouse and not close to my face. You can probably hear it clicking sound and not hear me speaking, which is no good. Okay, let's get that tile as well. Okay, I don't have any houses to place. I would really like to score some points, but I can't. Let's do that instead. Buy something new. This is actually quite good in versus mode. It always collects a minimum of 1 point. No matter how much negative points are around it, it will always give you 1 point. But the trade-off is a maximum of 2 points. So you can just stick it somewhere and then not worry. This is awkward. I have to put 2 points somewhere. This, my opponent's cards are sort of themed around sustainability and green energy and that sort of stuff. So, theme-wise, they have like solar power and windmills and stuff. And then, gameplay-wise, they have cards that raise their expenditure threshold. Things like that. Hello, Nix. Welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, we have a long message from Cass. Sorry, let me just read this. Cass says, "As for how I'm doing, I'm very exhausted and sleep deprived. I had a night shift last night and had very little sleep after because I went to this job fair with my mum today. It was kind of disappointing because the ones I was definitely wanting to talk to weren't even there this year. And tomorrow I have to get up super early because my boss messed up. He gave me a morning shift, despite me having 2 weeks of night shifts beforehand. Which is also why I'm on my way to bed already. Cass, I am very sorry to hear about all that. I do hope you get a good job doing something you enjoy that doesn't make you work night shifts all the time. And I hope you get some good sleep. Let's all be calm and let Cass get to sleep. There. And hello, Nix. So good to see you again. Thank you for all the posting in the Discord you've been doing, Nix. That's been awesome as well. Cass, thank you for redeeming your flower. And sending a hug to Cass. It's very, very nice of you. Nix, I hope you are doing well as well. Yes, obviously nobody is required to show themselves in the Discord, but if they want to, they are most welcome. We are just playing a little bit of this game, Concrete Jungle. I'm going to go for the strategy of stacking all my points on one tile. Don't think I can really compete with this 4 points here. Sorry, 5 points here. But I can do things like this. I can build on top of this -2, and this will still be a point. Also take away from my opponent. This would make for a really bad city in real life.
Let's see here.
Everybody would be living next to a factory that was placed there just to spite them. This card is actually not very good in Versus because it boosts your opponent's tiles as well as yours. This one is quite useful, having an extra build option. Nick says, how are you doing? I'm doing okay. I am tired. I've had a long week at work. Not quite as bad as Cass's week by the sound of it, but still quite a long week at work. So it's good that I get the chance to recover and enjoy myself with friends at the weekend. Cass says, I don't even mind the night shifts that much, it's the morning shifts I hate. I suppose it's the combination of both is the worst thing, isn't it? Having a morning shift right after you've had a night shift is just messing with your schedule, really, isn't it? And I just can't with how my boss is treating all of us, and I just want to leave ASAP, so I had high hopes for this fair, but oh well. Yeah, I really hope you find something. Something that you enjoy, Cass, or at least... I mean, I don't particularly enjoy my job, but it pays reasonably well and I'm good at it, so... At least find something like that. Oh, I have a purchase. I do not want any of these cards. I'm sort of running out of things to buy off of this menu. You have to buy cards from the shop in order to advance your technology, which is this bar at the top, in order to unlock more abilities. You can't just use abilities for the whole game. I can be reasonably sure of getting the points in this column though, I think. Cass says, I'll just have to keep looking and keep trying. And Tibago says to Cass, like I said before, you need to think about moving closer to some nice rats. Are you telling Cass to move in with Alice? Or did you have other rats in there? Honestly, not a lot I can do this time. I can put another one of these down. Now I have 4 placement options. Jesus, more than 3. Whenever the extra placement options are active, it makes this funny noise when you play it out. Oh, Nix, hang on. You redeemed some other things, didn't you? Sorry, I missed those. I was busy replying to Cass. Yes, let me do all your redeems, Nix. You drink water first. quarter has been drunk. T-Pago says got to do them twice now. Well, I've got to do the outfit twice. I've only had one of the other ones. Let me go and fetch Blowhigh. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. Extra spin, says Nix. I'll try. I can't promise I won't fall over, but I'll try. My hair is going funny again. Anyone thinking of being transfemme, do it before your hair falls out rather than after. It's a lot easier. Today's outfit is very simple. His dress is green, has flowers on. Oh, hope you like it. Dizzy now from all those spins. Right, where were we? We were playing a game of some sort. Oh, I can probably just, like, finish this column.
Let's see here.
Right, I think at this point I'm far enough ahead that... he managed to level the scores there. We both get 5. I still think I'm far enough ahead I'm not going to lose. But I should be careful. Why do I have a building right next to my opponent's stuff, and why does it say collects points minimum minus 99, maximum 1? What is my opponent going to do to me here? I'm a bit worried. Ren says the flower polka dots evoke a kind of shimmer as the fabric conceals / reveals them. Interesting. I'll have to watch the VOD back and see what you mean by that, Ren, because it's an interesting idea. All of them. I'd like more house or more green cards to collect points with, but maybe I'm not going to get any. Yeah, this building here worries me. I have no way to give it points, and I was worried my opponent was going to take points away from it. But okay. Well, if I combine all of these 3 cards here, I should be able to. Useless 4. +2 to adjacent tile. Get to buy another card. This one is good. Now I should be able to get... I'm not going to build anything in this column because that just gives extra points to my opponent, unless I can get more than 3, which I don't think I can.
Checking the math on that.
See, this is what I mean by the AI making strange decisions sometimes. They just decided to score -1 points there. Not quite sure what possessed them to do that. Another purchase. Take a library. This Grove tile, by the way, this is card, not tile. This is really, really useful for if you manage to get a big negative score. You want to get rid of it. It will always change it to a 1, no matter how negative it is. No point to use. This could be useful. Now then, can I actually outscore my opponent in this column? I might be able to. If I do that, that, and that. I think the best they can do is, yeah, tie it. Hang on, why did they get 8? We both had 4. Oh, their column target. Yeah, their column target is still 4 and mine is 5. Because they reached their target and I didn't, they got all the points. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well. The end is here. The end is in sight. As long as we don't lose 13 points before the end, we'll be okay. That one. Probably managed not to lose 13 points. My opponent has 1 point on the board. Oh, this is good as well, 'cause I can do that. It's getting me 8. So that increases the points multiplier. So instead of collecting ×1 points, it collects ×2 points. So this tile has 4 points on it, but it has a ×2 multiplier, so now it has 8 points. You can get the multiplier as high as 4 or 5 times with the right cards, which can get you incredibly high scores.
Go back to school.
Thank you for the look. Nix, enjoy the rest of your evening. Nick says, we'll be back soon, just making coffees and a bit of gaming while still here. No problem, Nix. I'm glad you are here today. Glad you got to catch one of my streams. Ooh, this card is really good. So I mentioned the fire station, which does the horizontal row of points, is not good, but this one, which does a vertical row, is really good because I put one here and it would go down like this, and all my buildings would get an extra point. So that's really good. Nick says, I appreciate the company. Oh, I'm glad of that. That's the main reason I watch streams, is just to have somebody to hang out with while I'm working or in my evening. I mean, often I'm interested in the game they're playing as well, but getting to hang out with somebody is the main thing. I don't think I'm going to get a chance to use any cards I buy now, but just in case. One of them. Nick says, the streams really cheer me up. I can't wait to stream eventually, just sorting my wardrobe out and life stuff first. Ooh, that's the first I've heard that you're planning to stream, Nix. Wow, okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with streaming if you do start, and of course, I will do shout-outs and raids and so on, wherever possible. And yes, good luck sorting out your wardrobe. I'm very impressed with your wardrobe, by the way. A lot of gothy stuff. I think Tibago is a fan as well. And hello, Rosie. Rosie says, missed you guys. You were here yesterday, Rosie. You haven't missed as much. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for redeeming your flower. I think I'm going to win this level now. Seems like I can't possibly lose, but we'll see.
Go back to school.
And hello, Izzy. Sure if you're just lurking, Izzy, but thank you for redeeming your... And ooh, just people appearing out of every corner of Twitch. A raid from Rooney. Hello, Rooney. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Otto. Best put at. Everybody, Otto is best put at. Let that be known. Hello, Harry. Hello, Hurricane. Hello, Rooney. Was it Horizon Forbidden West again today, Rooney? I forget. It was, yes. Everybody, if you're a fan of Horizon Forbidden West or just a fan of RPGs in general, please go follow Rooney. Awesome, awesome streamer. Hurricane, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Otto, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. And welcome in, everyone. Rooney, if you need to lurk or disappear to do other things, that's fine. Just thinking... the game ends on this row, so all this stuff up here is irrelevant. But I'm just thinking... is it better to pass my turn or not? Oh, they can score... okay, they get 4 points, but it doesn't matter. I
Now
win
let's
either
get
way.
to work on fixing this monstrosity we've created.
Uni says, yes, running around, exploring and side questing again. I'm glad to hear that. Well, we got 3 stars from that and we unlocked a new card, which is nice. Well, I'll do a solo mode. Yeah, this is a solo mode one. I'll do a solo mode campaign level, and then maybe me and Harry can try a versus mode after that.
Oh man, this hangover is pretty ruthless. Feels like a drummer in me brain.
Want to take it easy? Let's try some classic mode.
To be honest, I probably shouldn't be city planning at all.
Don't city plan when drunk. Let that be a lesson.
In classic mode, there is no deck building. Buildings are randomly added to your building list. You simply find the best places to put them, and that's it.
Nix was talking about her streaming plans. Drawing and colouring streams. We'll be having my Totoro plushie and drawing colouring streams with chill lo-fi music. Oh, that sounds cozy. I think it depends on what I'm in the mood for watching. Often in the evenings I like to watch gameplay, but whilst I'm at work, I like to lurk in a cozy art stream. Alice, Cass's partner, is an excellent example of that sort of thing. So if you're planning on streaming earlier in the day, I will almost certainly be there while I'm at work. And even if you're there later, I'll still try to be there. Rooney says, yes, I should go get something to eat. Yes, do take care of yourself, Rooney.
As you don't have any control over the buildings assigned, each building costs 1 expenditure instead of the value on the card. Giles, try not to throw up on anything.
So yeah, classic mode, I think I sort of mentioned this before when I was showing the high scores. There's the normal mode with the deck building, and then there's classic mode where there's no shop, there's no deck building. You're just given cards at random and you have to get the best possible score with them. The thing with this mode is it is rather luck based. I mean, it's fine in the campaign. The high scores for classic mode are rather luck based. If you happen to get really good cards, you'll score really well. And if you don't, you won't. I'm not getting any houses at the moment, so I'm not scoring any points. Having said that, I do have the number 1 high score in one of the classic mode categories. So I perhaps shouldn't complain too much. Okay, normally I wouldn't want these farmhouse cards, but they are collecting points, so I might as well keep them in the deck. I've got so many of these scrapyards. What they do is they delete a card. I might have to use a scrapyard to delete another scrapyard at this rate. Because this is actually quite useful because it's a score point there. Yeah, my choice is delete a card or delete a card, and all these cards are quite good. So I'll delete the other scrapyard. Now I can use a cemetery to discard a cemetery. This is what happens when you have a randomly generated deck. Points in this column. Doing the strategy I showed off in a previous stream of trying to fill up the whole thing first before I clear the first column, because then you get a ton of bonus points if you do that. Okay. Again, I don't want to delete any of these cards. You can actually just hit confirm without deleting a card on the scrapyard card, which is weird. Does it make sense? Okay, we've managed to meet the column target in every just just need to make sure that I don't run out of houses before I complete this first column. I might as well try and get the highest score I can. This card's interesting. Every tile has points on it, but you only collect those points if it's a point collecting building, which is usually houses. If I click on a tile, you can see how many points that tile would give you. But this tile would give you 2 points, so you can convert it to a point collecting building. You get 2 points. So now I get 9 for that column. Nick says, just need the tripod. Oh, for streaming, just need the tripod for it. I was doing it off my phone, so we'll figure it out on a tabletop easel. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a good setup for streaming. Nick says, how's your day been? My day has been good. My week has been pretty tiring at work, unfortunately. The weekends are good. They're especially good because I get to hang out with my friends. Yeah. It's sort of a meme at this point that Emma is always tired, but Emma really is tired today. I don't want to delete any of these cards. Stop letting me delete cards when I don't have any cards I want to delete. This is the card I turned down in versus mode because it gives you points all the way across the board, which in versus mode would give your opponent points. You wouldn't want that. Is a good card to have in versus mode as well, the Steel Points card. As its name suggests, you can use it to steal points. Nix says, Emma is a forever sleepy peep. Honestly, same, so big mood. Thank you, Nix. Bago says, charity shops, found a few nice things like tripods and stuff there, and you can look for bargaining clothes while you're there. Yeah, T-Bago volunteers at a charity shop, so is an expert in what can be found in them. Okay, I think we're going to be able to get enough points for all the columns. It's not the end of the world if you can't get enough points in a column, because I have 2 lives currently. You can spend a life to clear a column. Mike Claroni, thank you so much for deeming I am cute. Mike Claroni is something of a legend on my streams on account of his incredibly generous sub-gifting. So if he says he's cute, I'm inclined to believe him. Ophelia! Hello. Hello. Thank you so much for that raid. Hello to Bog. Hello Harry. Hello Alex. Hello Ophelia. Hello Commandant Herder. Thank you for rickrolling me with your raid message. Oh wow, I was just talking about that, Mike. I was just saying, Mike Claroni is a legend for gifting subs, and what does he do? He goes and gives 10 subs. Mike Claroni, thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you for gifting subs to Octavian, Lucas, Otarig, Mashed Potato, Cumite, Jaguar, Kiara, Iridescent Void, Captain Mangles, and Autumn. And hello as well to Lucas. Sorry, almost missed your raid message. Thank you. Ophelia, thank you for redeeming your flower. Mike Claroni says gonna lurk now. Mike Claroni, thank you so much. You really don't have to do that. So generous. Thank you. Hello, Commandant Herder. Ophelia says, "Look, I'm not well, but I will be. Have a wonderful stream, Emma. I'm so sorry to hear you're not well, but I'm happy to hear you will be. Those are conflicting emotions for me, but there we go. Have a hug." Ophelia, I think, was streaming Snail Simulator, or trying to stream Snail Simulator, but it was the special event. So the server was really full, and so I think her PC was struggling to cope with all the snails. But yes, if you're not already following Ophelia, do give her a follow. She's really, really cozy streamer, very much deserving of many follows. Her speciality, I suppose, is Dwarf Romantic, which is a lovely, lovely game that I've streamed a lot as well. But she also plays Siberia at the moment, and Snail Simulator, and is starting a Mass Effect playthrough. Lots and lots of awesome games to watch. I've kind of messed up, haven't I? I haven't... I'm not going to be able to complete this column. But thank you for the raid, Ophelia. Nick says to Mike Caroni, "You is Sweet Bean, so have a fab day." Sorry, Nix, I think I missed a couple of your messages before that raid came in. Yeah, Nick says, "Thankies, L. I always go to charity shops. Pretty much 50% of my wardrobe is charity." Yeah, mine certainly used to be that way. Not so much now. When I first came out as trans and I was trying on a lot of different things to see what suited me, I went to charity shops quite a bit. But not for very long, because then COVID happened, and so I couldn't really. But then, yeah. So not so much now, but certainly for a time, most of my stuff was from charity shops. Transitioning is expensive, especially if you do it when you're a bit older, because you have to replace your entire wardrobe. Nick says, "Get second-hand stuff on Vinted now and alternative shops." Yeah, I've used Vinted before as well. Nick says, "My bestie from college is trans. He is so wonderful." That's so lovely to hear, Nick. I mean, we know that you're trans friendly. That goes without saying. You would not be a member of Emma Discord if you weren't. Let's throw out a quick link to Emma Discord. If anybody is not in my Discord yet and would like to join, you are more than welcome. More of this weird anti-synergy you get when playing classic mode. I can use this card that discards cards to discard this card which discards more cards. I'm going to discard this because it doesn't really help me. The Steel Points card. That might actually save me. Hang on. Let me discard this house and then I'm going to steal points from here. There we go. I managed to make my column target. Nick says, "Oh, massively. So always have supported all peeps." That's so good to hear, Nix. I'm really, really glad that you're supportive of everyone. Altibago says, "Just bought a not leather jacket on Vinted. I have a small eBay addiction too." That says nice. Nick says, "I a sweet bean." Yes, I'm obviously I won't show it on stream, but Nick has shared some photos on Discord, and I think they are sweet bean. Commandant Herder says, "Cards that discard the cards that discard." Well, already this game I've had to delete a card that deletes cards. And also, I discarded a card that discarded a card, and now I've discarded a card that discards multiple cards, one of which is a card that discards cards. As I say, this is the campaign, so it's showing you every different game mode. I don't really play this game mode much outside of the campaign because it is kind of luck-based. Because it doesn't have the deck building element. So you're really just relying on luck for what cards you get and whether they synergize with each other or whether they do silly things like discard the cards that discard the cards. Nick says retail shopping is therapy. Yeah, this is the thing. Online shopping can be therapy as well. You know, that's still definitely a thing. But I do miss the days when I used to go properly shopping, which I don't do anymore. I haven't done since the pandemic. I just don't have the time or energy really when I can get everything online. Okay, 2 taxi ranks, that's helpful. You can see the general pattern I'm trying to stick to. I've got a long row of houses here, and then I'm putting buildings either side that buff those houses. And then buildings with negative points I'm putting over here out the way. I think that's a good general pattern to follow in this game. Can't remember what our point goal was for 3 stars, but I think we've already reached it. So yeah, the campaign doesn't expect you to know about the thing where you get lots of points for clearing everything at once. So we shouldn't be in any trouble here. This is an interesting little maneuver you can do. So this tile here, this is a barracks. So it always collects exactly 2 points. You can't add or remove points. So if you try to steal points from it, you see that this tile went up by 2 points because I stole the 2 points, but because it is a minimum of 2 points, it didn't actually. So it just created 2 points out of nowhere instead, which is pretty useful. Delete any of the cards. Okay, don't want that one. Right, do I want houses, or houses? Let's go with some houses, shall we? Seems like a good choice. Yes, we've met every column target. It's now just about cramming as many buildings in as possible, just in case we can score some extra points with them. I don't think we can. Oh, we can get 1 extra point in there. Yeah, now we really do have to complete the first column. Nix says, the gems I found recently in charity shops is gorgeous. Well, Teabagger will be glad to hear that. Maybe I should start going to them again. It's been a while. It doesn't. And my family are very against the idea of using charity shops to buy anything. I don't think anyone should be ashamed of using them or anything silly like that. Okay, well, I might suddenly. I don't want to convert. This is already a point collecting building. I just want to score points on these last 3 columns, please. Thank you. Stop giving me large factories. Ooh, clone building is good. Clone that one then. I kind of just want cards that buff things now. If we have any of them, please. Here's a card that buffs things. I like it. Okay. We're done. Quickly score some more points.
Feeling better now? I'll take that as a no.
Well, we got the 3 stars. So that was a success. I think we were way over what you need for 3 stars, actually. You need 1,500 points for 3 stars, and we scored 4,360, so I think we did okay there. To be fair, the campaign is obviously designed for someone who's new to the game. Izzy, welcome back. Teabagger says, my little flat is jammed full of charity shop stuff. One of the pitfalls of working in one. And Izzy says, I'm a Yorkshire lass, charity shops are the place to be for a bargain. Yeah, it might be sort of a north versus south thing, I don't know. Or just my family being my family. I think in their minds, charity shops are for poor people. They wouldn't want to admit that they were poor even when they were short of money. Nick says, there's one next to my fave taverns, that's pub, and having a sale. Everything is £1, they do it every couple of months. Nick says, used to volunteer in Red Cross, so all the gems. Yeah, I've never volunteered anywhere like that. But I have been working full-time most of my adult life, so I count my botany as voluntary work because I am doing it voluntarily. I don't get paid for it, and I put a lot of hours in to it. But it's not really a voluntary job because I decide when and where and how often I go out. It's just BSBI obviously benefits from the data. So it's not quite the same thing, but I like to think that's the thing I do to help. Hello, Liari. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower today. Nick says I'm rambling my bad picture. Don't worry. Nick's, feel free to ramble as much as you like on my streams. I do try and keep up with chat. I can't promise I will if I'm focused on the game, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't talk. You can absolutely talk as much as you want. We like a good yap, says T-Rex. No, it's good to have you here. I would much rather be getting behind on chat than sitting here streaming feeling like I'm not talking to anyone, which has definitely happened before. So it's very much encouraged. Harry, I don't know if you're still here, if you wanted to play a versus mode game before we head into the next campaign level. If not, no worries, I can always do something else. I need to actually figure out how remote play together works. I think I just click Harry's name in my friends list and then click remote play together, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's all I have to do. Okay. Harry's probably lurking at the moment. We'll do one more level of campaign mode. Oh, there's Harry. Did you want to do a versus game now, Harry? You appear to be wiggling with enthusiasm. I'll go custom game versus. And then local player. Harry Gwyn. Harry underscore Gwyn. We should perhaps, since I haven't unlocked all the characters and all the cards yet, we should perhaps just both start with the same deck. So, 2 shops of market restaurant. I'll put my deck back to the default. Which is that. Now we're starting with the same, and we'll both be Laney, so we've got the same abilities as well, since I haven't unlocked everyone. Yeah, you can do up to 4 players, but that would be awkward, and probably don't want to do a huge one. Let's say 30 columns. If I start this and then can I get Harry to join? I pressed the remote play together button, Harry, and nothing happened. Am I doing something wrong? Harry does thinking face. Okay. I don't know, the button doesn't do anything when I click it. I don't know. Maybe it's not, because obviously it has to stream the game to you. Maybe it doesn't want to stream the game to you when I'm already streaming. Is that the reason? Yeah, maybe we could give it a go, Harry, when I'm not actually streaming myself. Never mind then. If I save and exit that, then we can go back to it, and I'll do another campaign then for now. Sorry about that. We perhaps should have tested it before stream, but I thought it was just going to be pressing a button. Right, we've got another solo mode. We've got the 2x2. I remember this one being really annoying. That's that's the extreme difficulty one. Let's try this one. In which case, it's alright. I've saved the other game now, so I can change this back to what it was. Commandant Herder said, "Might be better to stream it when you're not streaming." Yes, but then the idea was for people to watch it, Commandant Herder, which rather requires me to do it during my stream. So this level of the campaign is awkward because it's a 2v2 versus match. Folks. And your teammate always does things that you don't want them to do. Because the AI is a bit stupid.
I woke you up early today because we're going to have a friendly team game. It's Lainey and I versus 2 of you.
Bring it on.
So, I do start out with 7 purchases though, which is interesting. Let's buy some things, I guess. A shopping spree. That's really good. So yeah, looks like my opponent's also got to buy a bunch of cards at the start. Oh, and they get... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I'd forgotten that. So, my team gets both their turns, and then my opponents get both their turns. So there's 9 turns have happened before I get to play again. So the the board would have completely changed by that point. Also, my opponent is Lainey Thompson, and I'm playing as Lainey Thompson, which is slightly confusing. There are 2 Lainey Thompsons in this match. So this guy who's playing now is my teammate. My opponents have the purple background in their portrait, and we have the bluey green colour background. I'm gonna hope that he does what I want. He more or less has. So my plan now is just to stack a bunch of these on one building. Get lots of points. My opponents are being sneaky. You see how they've intentionally scored negative points on this column? Because when I clear that column, I'm going to get all of these points. I'm going to get 5 points, but then I'm going to lose 2 points from my opponent. I can actually cancel out those points if I want, and then get more. Yeah, actually this is good for me, because assuming I do win that column, I'm going to get those points. Look at this, my opponent frantically trying to lose as many points as possible on their side of the board. It's not going to help them though. Too late. You're still going to get points. Okay, well that's a pretty good start. We're up by 15 points to 7. Played a lot of polluting buildings and now their deck is getting full of pollution cards, which do nothing other than waste turns. Another card. Or one of these. Take another of these actually. They're very useful. So yeah, sorry, there's not actually much gameplay in this level because I'm only playing 1/4 of the turns since it's 2v2. My opponent is filling my side of the board with factories so I don't get any points. It's a little annoying. Removing points from my buildings. Stop it. It's only fun when I do it.
Let's see here.
Hello, Flatsky. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. A pig nut. Such a silly name for a flower, I'm sure you'll agree. It's not a nut, and it's not a pig. It's a flower. Oh wow. Verdsky, that was excellent timing on that giant emote. Thank you for greeting the raiders with that. And thank you, Rivsy, for raiding with your party of 11 viewers. Hello, welcome in. Do let me know what you were streaming and how it went. Welcome in, Twanus. Welcome, Lofty Softy, who says, Rivsy raid, yay! Please do go follow Rivsy. Rivsy is amazing. Thank you, mods, for doing that shout out. For anybody joining me for the first time, welcome. My name is Emma. I stream every Friday, Saturday and Sunday starting around 7:30 PM UK time. And I mostly play puzzle games. Today we're playing this very obscure and quite interesting deck building strategy game called Concrete Jungle. There's a link to its Steam page if anyone's interested. It has... I'm currently playing through its campaign mode. And this level I'm on is actually a 2 versus 2 versus game. But it's me and an AI against 2 AIs. So I'm not actually playing for 3/4 of the game. So apologies if it's a little bit tedious. But we'll be done with it soon. And I'll show some solo mode games. Rivsy says, I was playing Alice Madness Returns. It was fun, mostly because of how cool chat is. Oh, Rivsy, I'm so glad to hear that you have a cool chat. I have a pretty cool chat myself, I like to think. Verdsky says, me got chores. Okay, Verdsky, enjoy your lurk. Hope the chores are done soon. Thank you for being one of the cool members of my chat. Right, how's the game going? We are still winning, but we're only winning by 4 points now. Our opponent's caught up. Mostly by spamming factories on our side of the board. This guy playing now, this is my ally in the 2v2. And he has managed to score us a point. Thank you.
Let's see here.
Couldn't have done it without you. There was a very specific card I wanted to delete, which is this red tape card. This is a card that doesn't do anything useful, and just got added to my deck because of something else. However, we might not actually get to it in time, in which case I'll just have to play whatever I can. Rivsy says, I've got to raid and run today, have a good puzzle. No problem, Rivsy. Thank you once again for bringing your viewers here, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. As I say, everybody do give Rivsy a follow, they are awesome. Things are not going so well in this part of the board. I think the playable areas have switched to be columns instead of rows. Like our tiles are here and my opponent's tiles are here, whereas usually it's up and down like this, which is proving a bit awkward. We've got this one column that's okay. To score things in other columns as well. Well, that did nothing. At least we get 7 for this. But yeah, we're now back to having no points on the board. Which is never a good situation to be in. Let's go here so that my opponent can't deprive me of any more points. Ooh, I've unlocked these again. I'm going to get this just because it gives you so many points. Yeah, unfortunately, this whole area here is all my opponent's buildable area. So I can't actually do anything to deprive them of points. I can delete this card now as I want to take it. Okay, they just demolished my house and built their own house there instead, thereby stealing my points. That was mean. I'd forgotten about that card. Yeah, there is a card that lets you demolish your opponent's buildings. And now they're scoring 9 points on that column, which is a problem. Thank you. Finally, my opponent does something good. They had an invert card, and they inverted that 5 into a -5, thereby wiping out my opponent's points. Thank you, AI, for being good at the game. So this is the card I bought. Hang on, let me just do this purchase. I'm getting a lot of them. This is the card I bought in the card shop, which does this. Now suddenly that's worth 8 points. That's a very powerful card. Ah. Except they had one as well. That's unfortunate. Okay, they're still going to get 5 points from that then. Just clear this column with a point. I think we're going to be alright now because we're going to score really well off of this column. We're getting later into the game here. My opponents are starting to pick up much more powerful cards. So whilst I'm getting more powerful cards, so are they. This AI is still stuck on the green section of the tech tree. But my other opponent is up to the blue section, the same as I am. Okay, my teammate just gave this guy more points. Why did you do that? I mean, it doesn't matter, I don't think, but I'm still curious why they decided that was the right play. I can't even take points away from them, unfortunately, because I haven't got the right card for it. I mean, I think we're going to outscore them. Maybe not. Why would you give the opponent points? That's silly. Okay, yeah, we're going to get 13 and 13. Actually, no, we're going to get 12 and 13. They're going to get 6 and 9. No, 7, 11, 18. We're going to get more, so we should be alright. I need to time this right. I need to, the moment that this square becomes buildable, I need to, yeah, do that, and then they lose 2 points. we're still up by 11, and there's only 2 columns to go. As long as they don't outscore us by 11 on these last 2 columns, we win. We've only got 5. I think we can just force the game to end right now, can't we? Yeah, we can. We can go here. Here. And that will clear because it's already met the target. There we go.
Man, I was just
We
warming
won.
up. I'll get you next time.
You mean we?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we didn't get 3 stars on the campaign, but we did beat the level. You need 70 for 3 stars. Okay, that's actually quite a tall order, given that so much of the level is dependent on what your opponent does. So I probably won't try and redo it for 3 stars. But we beat it, which is the important thing. So we have these 2 levels left in the campaign now. We have another solo mode and another versus. There was another level that we only got 2 stars on, which we could redo, but I'm not super bothered about that. I've already got 3 stars on every level off stream for my own purposes. So this stream was to showcase the game really. Let's do the other solo mode one. So we need 3,500 for 3 stars. I'll try and remember that this time. Last time I had no idea what the target was.
Hey, guys, over here.
Oh dear, this is not a good start.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Whoa. That is a giant naked concrete statue.
Ah, right, this statue. Yeah, I can see why living here would be a negative thing.
Of me.
Statue of the mayor.
Jesus Christ, man. It's burning me eyes.
It's so naked.
And such a relatively small.
Hey, it's not small. It's average, okay?
Oh man, did you have to build it there? I could see that business from my window.
Welcome in Auburn Dusk, who says, to be fair, it's a lot better than most public art. I mean, you make a good point.
It's not a pretty sight to
And
wake up
hello,
to.
by the way.
Land
Hope you're
value
having a
must
good
be
weekend.
plummeting around here.
Guys, you can't tell Laney about this, okay? People aren't happy about this for some reason. I need your help. I've promised to redevelop the expensive Redwood Coast estate in return. We need as many points in this small area as possible, okay? Nothing else matters.
So yeah, this is a solo mode game where we start with this huge negative point area that we need to overcome. The good news is we've also got some quite expensive buildings lined up, as well as a couple of purchases. I can buy another. I could buy another one of the statues if I want to. But yeah, invert is going to be really useful here. I'll get one of them. Is it's going to be useful. And then we'll, yeah, that unlocks. The game, to compensate for starting us with all those negative points, the game started us with some purchases and also started us with the tech tree, like a third full. So we were immediately able to use green powers, and we can use blue powers next time we buy something. So yeah, these are +1 to self. So if I put one here, that's actually only -1, and then I can put another one next to it. And we can sort of build up points that way. This gets us another purchase. And this is plus target. Right now the column target is 5, so this is +5 just for placing the building. So yeah, we have some pretty powerful cards. It's not too bad. Okay, +1 to this block over there. And yeah, here we sort of get given some free points as well, which is good. Immediately gives us 6. All of those as well. We do need to. The column target is 5, so these 4s won't actually win on their own, but that should be okay. Use our invert. So I think here, I just put a mansion here, and then I can build 2 more either side, and then that's actually just going to get the targets. If I remember rightly, once we clear this section of the map, we discover that he's messed up another part of it as well. So that will be fun. This building is actually really powerful. There are 3 buildings in this game that are stackable buildings. If you look at the card, it's actually got a, if you can see, it's got a little icon next to, is it more visible in this mode? Underneath the symbol that says it's a recurring building, there's a little Tower Plus icon, which means you can stack the card on top of a previous play of that card. That. And every time you stack it, you get the building's effects again, but the building gets taller. There are 3 of those cards in the game. There's the office tower is the commercial one, which is high purchase points and high expense. There's an industrial one, which is high purchase points but low expense, but negative points. And then there's a tenement, which is like an apartment building, which is a point collecting building, and every time you play it, it stacks another floor on the apartment block, and you can get up to 8 floors, I think. They're very powerful in the late game because you can cram more points onto the same space that way. Orbendust says Roller Coaster Tycoon reference. Yeah. I'm sure whoever made this game was a fan of Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's about the right era for that. I'm tempted to buy another one of these. The one you buy actually isn't as bad as the in-game one, because it does actually give you positive points as long as you're not directly in front of it. This card is really powerful. So yeah, these guys are surely far enough away from the statue not to care, but they still have been debuffed for some reason. very powerful. Plus target to self, which basically, whatever the column target is, it instantly gives it you in that column. So it's like a free column completion, which is very helpful. Also very powerful. The problem with the invert card is every time you use it, it gives you another red tape card. So my deck is getting a bit full of red tape. But red tape is bad in the long run. It's okay in the short run, but eventually your expenditure goes up so much because your deck is full of red tape. I think we'll be alright. I'll have to see. Last column could be tricky. I do have a force clear for free option. I might have to use this last column. I'm not going to get the full bonus for clearing columns here. I'm only going to get plus 320 instead of plus 640. Maybe we'll be okay. Try and clear this column now, starting from here. It'll be a bit easier. Yeah, oh yeah, it has this as well. Add all cards currently in the card shop to your deck. Problem is, quite often you don't want all the cards in the card shop. You only want one of them. This is tricky, this column, just because of how little space you've got to work with. Yeah, that's just about enough. Red tape is really starting to stack up. You can see we're up to a column target of 7 now, this orange number in the corner. What that means is I have to score at least 7 points on every column. If the game went on much longer, I would quickly get to the point where I couldn't actually score enough points every turn, and then I would quickly lose after that. Fortunately, the game is not going to go on much longer after this. Quite near the end of the level. Here's that's the building that can be stacked, the tenements. I'm actually going to get this one. Really left myself a good place to play this card now. Let's discard it. It will come back. Discarding doesn't remove it from your deck, it just like cycles it to the bottom of your deck. Very good. Okay, target just went up again. Now we have to score 8 on every column. Not the ones that are already on screen, any future ones we have don't want to use the invert. No, I don't have anything that has a negative score. Inverting it would be really bad. I think we're going to be okay, just barely. Just need one more point in this column to put something there. Very short of point collecting buildings. Let's get one of these, just because it's a point collecting building. Actually, yeah, that will work there. Let's invert that for no reason. It just maximises the bonus we get for clearing everything. And then this is the end of the level once we clear this last column. Anything I don't want I can just build up here out the way. Well, anything I don't want to score points with. Might as well try to get a good score on the last column. I don't remember what I... Wasn't it 3,500 or something? So I'm actually not quite there yet. Try and see if I can... The problem is that the column clears itself as soon as you score more points, so I need to sort of... I need to build up a score on the tiles themselves, and then not place a building down until the last minute. Yeah, like if I put this here, that would take this to 8, and then the game would be over. If I play really quickly, I can go here and then quickly build this townhouse here before the game ends. Like that, and get 14. There we go.
I don't know what they're talking about. My nose isn't that small.
So I think you get bonus points for having lives left at the end. So I think this is enough, but I'll see. It's not quite enough. Need 3,500, I got 3,299. I was close. I didn't have to use any lives. But I needed to score more. Oh well. 2 stars is 2 stars. So this is the final unlockable character. I remember this one being really difficult. We'll see how that goes. I'm just going to take a very quick break here. Just give me 2 secs, I will be right back.
Arrowhead, Sagittarius sagittarifolia.
Sorry, sound was not working. Redeems were happening while I was gone, and the first one was drink water, but I drank all my water. So I'll be right back again while I get... Okay, more water required. Yes, sorry, I realised I was muted. As the saying goes, you've got to have water to drink water. That's not a saying, is it? Yeah, we're a couple of minutes before 2 hours, but this is a good point to take a break before we tackle the final campaign level. And then I'll do some solo mode levels, show off the way I not necessarily get a high score, but show the way I try to get a high score. It's not the best possible strategy because somebody on the leaderboard has outscored me like 10 times over, and I have no idea what they did. I don't know what combo of cards they used to manage that. They did something. Yeah, no, that's a good idea, T-Bago. And I guess you requested a flower as well. Arrowhead. Interesting. Not sure I know that one. But yeah, if anyone else has been watching for 2 hours, now is a good time to stretch your legs, take a break. We will be resuming in a few minutes. But in this little interval, we tend to look up a British wildflower, since I am a botanist, and my hair is not... I washed it this morning. Why is it such a mess? Silly Emma, you fail at being a girl because your hair is a mess. T-Bago says should be in your area, referring to the plant. Yeah, well, it's like one of those dating apps that says hot singles in your area and then they're not. Arrowheads in your area. Okay, let's get the book. Yeah, T-Bago likes girls with messy hair, but T-Bago is not a girl. I'm more concerned about what other girls think. Because for various reasons, people will look for any excuse to tell me that I'm not actually a real woman because reason, and not having well enough done hair has been used as a reason that I'm not a real woman, believe it or not. So it's something I'm quite sensitive to. Sagittarius sagittarifolia. Makes sense. Sagittarius is the archer in the zodiac. So if the plant is called arrowhead, then yeah, that makes sense. Most Latin words are a mystery to me, but there's a few I know. Botany, I think, and to some extent, some other sciences as well, have historically been very elitist, and anyone who studies them at a high level has been to a grammar school where they learned Latin, so they know all these words. But of course, I just went to a normal school like everyone else and didn't. I sometimes get that from Dr. Crouch. She says, yeah, so the Latin name is this, but you can remember that because it means this. Well, I don't know that it means that, so that doesn't help as a memory aid for me. I can learn that it means that, but I might as well just learn that that's the name of the plant. It's as much effort. Okay, arrowhead. You're right, T-Bagger. The book does claim it's in my area. Let's have a look at pictures of it. I can't just Google arrowhead because that will give you a picture of an arrowhead. I might actually have to Google, to get the native one, I might have to Google Sagittaria, Sagittarifolia. Otherwise I'm going to get a houseplant, which is actually a complete different... There's a houseplant called Arrowhead, which is actually a completely different plant. Here we go. So, as you might expect, it has arrowhead-shaped leaves. Let's see if I can get one that shows off the flower, and another one that shows off the leaves, because the leaves are quite a distinctive shape. That's a good one for the leaves. You know when you find an image in Google Images and then it doesn't let you look at the image, and if you try to go to the website that it says it's from, it's not there? Does that annoy anyone else as much as it annoys me? Okay, this one has a leaf on it, which is probably good enough. Altibago says because water plant may be good flower pick on Wiki. Yeah, I think yeah, the one on the left is from Wiki. Oh, and my camera is not here because yeah, but just before this stream, Elgato camera thingy broke again, like it did last stream. At least this time I checked it a few minutes in advance and was able to fix it, but I didn't fix it for this overlay for some reason. Yeah, I know, it's getting annoying. Okay, I am back, hello. So on the left you have the flower, and on the right you have, which I'm sort of blocking now, you can see the very distinctive arrowhead-shaped leaves. Let's read what the book has to say. A perennial herb of shallow, still or slowly flowing, calcareous and eutrophic water. In major rivers it may be present only as submerged leaves, but in ditches, lakes, ponds and canals it often produces emergent leaves and flowers. It perennates as tubers produced on stolons in the leaf axils. Native to Britain and Ireland, and a neophyte, so introduced by human activity in the Channel Islands. The overall British range of this plant is stable, though in some areas the plant has been lost from ditches and is now restricted to larger rivers. In Ireland it is spread through canals. It rarely colonises new habitats, but is sometimes deliberately introduced to ponds. So, yeah, you may be familiar with arrowhead as a house plant, which is not this, it's a different plant. This is an aquatic plant. Unsurprisingly, the distribution map sort of is a map of where there is wet areas. Mostly rivers, it looks like. I'll get the higher resolution map up on the screen. As the book was saying, it used to be found in drainage ditches, which implied it was happy with anywhere wet. Some plants require flowing water, some plants require still water. But if it's found in rivers and drainage ditches, it must be happy with either. Okay, Sagittarius Sagittarifolia. And yeah, the fact that it colonised the canal network in Ireland makes me think the distribution might be quite interesting. And yeah, it actually is. So you can see it almost sort of serves as a map of where the major canals are in Ireland. You can see it sort of linking different areas together. I suspect if I increase the resolution, yeah, it becomes even more obvious that these are linear features that the plant is growing in. And if we really zoom in, you can see here there's a natural river, which is this wiggly thing, and then there's a canal, which is this dead straight thing. And the plant is in fact growing in the canal rather than the river. Ren says we had a door code at work that was 3 digits long. I kept forgetting the code. A co-worker suggested the equivalent of, just remember, 1 plus 5 equals 6, 156. The problem is, any number of similar equations are just as memorizable. 2 plus 3 equals 5, 2 plus 4 equals 6, etc. I was totally baffled. If you just remember that the last digit is the sum of the other two, all that tells you is the third digit, you know the third digit given the other two. And you know that the other two sum to 9 or less. And I guess you know the third digit is more than 1 as well. That's still a lot of possible combinations on a door lock. You would be standing there for quite a while until you got to 156 if you were just trying it based on that. Yeah, I think 3 characters I probably would be able to memorize quite easily, but one problem I have at work, we have around 40 virtual machines running in our production environment, which for security reasons everyone has to have a separate password, and it has to be randomly generated, and it has to be 12 characters long. And we're not supposed to write them down, and we just said, look, we are not savants. We cannot commit to memory 40 random 12-digit strings, that some of which we only use every few months. We are going to have to write these passwords down. Ridiculous. We're not allowed to change them. Interesting map of canals here, and I think also similar in the UK. I think a lot of these are canals, although some of them are rivers. This is a river. This bit here, this is the Avon. But yeah, so Tobago, obviously you're saying it's in my area. My area is this circle here. These records up here are just slightly too far north to be in my area. And these are right on the southern edge. I've sort of been botanising this area. So that explains why I haven't seen it, but now I know where to go if I need to. I have been to this nature reserve. This nature reserve has a lot of wetland areas that have been created to provide a habitat for birds, mostly. These funny patterns, the reason these patterns are here is because this area, naturally this is a marsh land. It's all very flat and only a few meters above sea level, which has been drained for agriculture. So it was just very low-lying open fields. But underneath is a layer of peat, and a lot of the peat has been extracted and sold in garden centres. And this is where the peat has been dug out and sold, all these blue bits, because they've then flooded. Peat is non-renewable, so we don't really want to be extracting it and leaving behind a hole in the ground rather than rich soil capable of supporting plants. But that's what's done. So this area has been planted. The ponds have reeds in them now and provide a wildlife refuge. But it's interesting, as you can see, the bit where the nature reserve is, where the ponds are, is the bit that doesn't have the plants. And this is one of the things I don't like about the way conservation is done in the UK. The nature reserve is worse for this plant than the drainage ditches in the rest of the Somerset levels. And so people say, oh, well, it's okay to ruin that land to build there or whatever. Like, it's okay to double the size of Burnham-on-Sea because we need more housing. Well, you know, there's a nature reserve. It's okay. Well, no, the nature reserve is not actually providing the habitat that we need for these plants. Anyway, rant over. Sorry. Plant with a very interesting distribution. You can actually see a lot of the country's major rivers and canals by looking at the map. About the Scotland. This is a canal. This is definitely a canal. Yeah. It's also a little bit in Edinburgh. Anyway, enough of that. We shall get back to concrete jungle now. Botany lesson is over. I shall put the books back. I think a lot of people don't like my botany lessons. Whenever I look back at the stream summary after one, I always find that half the viewers left enjoying the botany segment. But I'm going to keep doing them because really nobody else on Twitch is providing that sort of content. At least not for British botany. So I'm going to keep doing it. In an alternate life, I might be like Tiny Toxic Tofu, but for botany. But that's probably never going to happen now. Right, so we have one more level left in the campaign, which I should probably do next. It is labelled as extreme difficulty. I think it took me several attempts to beat this one first time, so don't be too surprised if I run into the same issue this time.
Halt, maggot! Who goes there?
This is City Hall. You came to us.
Affirmative. Apologies, civilian. It's a bit of a habit.
Can we help you?
I'm Major Marina Vasquez, and I'm in charge of the top-secret military project in the area. Operation Kaboom.
Yes, Ryan, exactly.
Miranda Lynch and Pat Berger are buying up all my land. I may, or may not, need that land for blowing things up with extremely overpowered bombs. So, I need government approval to blow up Patriot Burger instead.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure this is someone we want on our side, but...
With the bombs that we may, or may not have. Or may not exist. Because that information is classified.
Permission granted.
Wait. We can't let you do that as much as we might want to. You can help us with the next best thing that won't involve civilian casualties, though.
Always best to avoid civilian casualties when city planning, in my opinion.
Prove yourself against our top agents, and we can bring down Miranda together.
We haven't exactly been popular in the media after we used the bombs that we may or may not have to blow up all that Greenbelt land that didn't exist. Agreed.
Okay. So again, the game gives us a slight head start on technology, which is usually helpful. We didn't draw any houses in our opening hand though, so can't score any points here. So this opponent, this character that we're playing against, likes to aggressively score a lot of negative points. They have some special buildings that actually collect negative points, so they score points for, like, if they have -4, that would score them 4 points. That can be tricky to play against. We should be right for this tile at least. Yeah, this one here, you see, well, they've just played it. The prison collects points inverted, so that tile scores -2, which gives them 2 points, which is annoying. I could potentially, yeah, I can use a grove to set them to 1 point, which now causes them to score -1, which is quite funny. So let's do that. But yeah, I can't use buildings like factories to reduce their score, it will just help them. Yeah, it looks like we're going to score 7 points here, but we're not. We're going to score 7 and then we're going to score -5, so we're going to end up with only scoring 2, which is slightly annoying. I'm still going to just stack as many points as I can. See, if we draw the grove again, we might be able to cancel out these negative points. But we'd have to clear the rest of these columns first. You can see almost everything they're doing is scoring negative points. We're only scoring 1 here now. Really have anything good. Oh, this would work actually. Yeah, set an adjacent tile to +2. That would work. In fact, that would work even better than the grove, which sets it to +1. Try that.
I am rubber, you are glue.
Have to time it right though. Ah, never mind, they've built a building there now, we can't do it. Well, we can still set this tile to +2. Yeah, this would actually work as well on their buildings. Because it would give them minimum of 1, which would then be -1. Yeah, there's a few things we can try. There's no good place to put any houses. Yeah, okay, so set to +2, which actually sets it to -2 for them. Yeah, we're actually losing points on this now, I've just realised. They're going to get -2, then we're going to get -1. Then we're going to get -1. So when this whole thing is cleared, all said and done, we're going to be on -2 points each. Great start to the game. Right, I'm going to use this. Give this building minimum 1. So now it's actually scoring -1. We're definitely not getting 3 stars on this level, because I think you need about 40 points for that. But all we have to do is beat them to complete the campaign. We don't have to get a certain score. Right, we're forced to place a house, and every tile is negative. It's not good. Let's we go there. Do not want to. Here's the here's this. If I could just use this grove against one of these 2 tiles, that would be very good. But I can't. Hello, Lana. Lana, my favourite panda. I'm glad you're here. Hope you're having a good weekend. Everybody, please go follow Lana. Lana is best panda. He's currently playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I missed the 2 off in my redeem thingy. So yeah, do check out her stream. She'll be live tomorrow. She is awesome. She has amazing emotes. Look at these amazing emotes. Look at them. Pandas everywhere. Pandemonium, you could say. We're just playing a silly little puzzle game, Lana. I hope you are well. Lana, you subscribed. Thank you so much. Yep, okay. The score is now -2 to -3. This game is going well. Lana, thank you so much for that sub. That is amazing. I can't believe it's been 6 months already. Tibago says it's funny when 7TV gets confused and posts emotes from the other stream I have open. Oh yeah, I didn't see any emotes, any 7TV emotes show up. That must just be your extension. Lana says no you and uses the reverse card, and I say no you, Lana, and I Uno reverse your Uno reverse. Because you are best panda. I'm not best panda, I'm Emma. You're best panda. Right, I know what I'm doing here. I'm going to do this to turn this -4 into a 1, and then I'm going to claim that 1. Look, I have 0 whole points. I'm winning. This is an interesting section. It's almost entirely water. Got to go down the side. It'd be difficult to score anything. I guess we go set that to +2, score the +2, and then if I put a factory here so my opponent can't score -2 in the same lane, cancel out my score. Lana says, best Emma. Oh, Lana, you're so sweet. Oh, you have another Uno reverse. Right. It's time for the war of who has the most Uno reverses. I have Coraline's as well. Do I have another one? Oh, I have this. It says no you, so that sort of counts. Okay, this demolition could actually be really useful. If they score a really high score, I can just demolish. Works for that. Don't want to collect a point there because that just gives them more points. I think they might get ahead of me in this section. Fortunately, there's more of the map still to come. Yeah, I could go here, I could demolish this, and I could claim these points for myself. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's do... Best Lana, best Panda. It's not like best Penguin, where I have to worry about who is best penguin, because we have lots of penguins. We only have one panda, and that is Lana. Okay, the score is now 5-3. For reference, I should have scored about 20 or 30 points by now. Quite difficult to score well against this opponent. Let's get another demolition. They're fun. Then, let's demolish their house and steal all their points. So good. I'm getting offered good cards here. I'm not sure what to pick. Definitely do that. I want to save this set the tile to +2 for when they put a negative point collecting tile. Cards in. I keep saying tile. I'm used to playing Dwarf. These are supposed to be cards, not tiles. Collect double points is useful. for 2, but then that becomes 4. Yeah, we'll do that.
I am rubber, you are glue.
Demolition. Oh, we can use purple powers now. Purple powers are pretty good. Okay, actually use a blue one first. They just stole my card. Excuse me, I worked hard for that card. Okay, well, at least we can do well. I want to save this demolition. I was trying to save the green as well, but I definitely want to save the demolition. The good news is that 7 is going to clear before my opponent can do anything about it, so you have to keep those points. The bad news is there's all these negative points coming up. Okay, well, do that. They shouldn't be able to build here, so we should be able to collect those points next turn. Yeah, see here they're getting negative points again with these prisons. Yeah, here we go. This is the tile I want, the skate park. Just as long as they don't build here. If they build here, then they've ruined my plan. But if they don't build there, I can cancel out all their points. Please don't build there. Okay. Right, so set tile to +2. So now they're losing 2 points instead of getting 6. I'm gonna keep taking demolitions. I'm gonna keep just gonna keep removing their buildings so they don't get any points. And I'm gonna make them lose points on that building. If they're gonna not play nice, then I won't play nice either. Hello, Witch Among the Flowers! Good to see you. Glad you could finally catch a stream. Hope you're having a good weekend. We do a quick shout out to Witch Among the Flowers. We were just talking earlier about cozy art streams. Nix was going to do them. We were talking about Alice's stream. Witch Among the Flowers is definitely another streamer with that sort of vibe. So if that's your thing, definitely check out their stream. They're awesome. Witch Among the Flowers says, I'm glad I get to drop it in before my drawing. Yep, see, drawing stream, told you. Hope you're having a fun time. Thanks for the shout out, dear. No problem. As I say, if that's your sort of thing, do check them out. We are playing this interesting little puzzle game called Concrete Jungle, where you build a city using these cards and try and score points. Right now we're in a level where your opponent tries to stop you scoring points by putting negative points everywhere, so it's proving a bit tricky. And then just demolish that. I just keep demolishing their buildings, and there's nothing they can do about it. Eventually I don't get offered any more demolitions, then I have to do something else. Every time I'm offered a demolition I'll take it. Which among the flowers says thanks for the shout out. No problem, I like to try and promote people on my streams. Definitely running out of places to build now. Okay. I was hoping they were going to finish that off, which they did. How exactly do I get any points at all here? What would come in handy, real handy right now would be an invert card. You can buy the invert card in the shop if it's offered, but it's a bit random whether you get it. The mayor guy, if you play as them, then you have invert as an ability. You can buy an invert card. But I don't, so not playing as them. What I can do, I can go here and I can use my observatory to turn that into +5, so that's something.
You're getting served.
And I can also use this to set a tile to +2. I'll probably wait till I have a house tile before I do that. But yeah, they're going to be collecting some more negative points there, yep. Wow, I have no houses at all. There. I'm so glad I kept that grove. The grove is normally a pretty mediocre tile because all it does is +1 point. But the actual wording of it is if the points are 0 or lower, set it to -1. So if you have a huge negative score, you can completely wipe it out. So I'm going to use this, which is a similar thing to the grove. Set a tile to +2, and then double the points in it. And then go here, so they can't interfere with it. So yeah, we're winning easily, because this player really struggles to score points. But the problem is scoring any points yourself. It requires quite specific tiles. You see, they were just forced to put a house on a negative point because everywhere is negative. Like how do you possibly score points here? Fortunately, yeah, it's given me another skate park, so I can use that. Yeah, I don't want to play a house. It's gonna lose me points wherever I play it. Put it there. Yeah, I know this looks bad, but thanks to these skate parks, I can actually do that. Now I'm finally scoring points. The only issue is if I'm forced to play houses and I can't stop myself from losing points, which is going to happen here. Well, that's actually alright because I put the house after the end column, so it will never get scored. This is annoying. I don't think they're going to catch up with 37. I think we're safe. Hello, Cassie. Welcome in. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day. I hope you're well. We are nearing the end of our Concrete Jungle campaign. Interesting little game. I think any of these cards actually help. Actually, this helps. Yeah, this is give all your point collecting buildings +1. That is actually helpful because now I have points. Okay, +2. I'll use that against my opponent. Cassie says, "Is that what dreams are made of?" In reference to the song. This is not New York, Cassie. In fact, this would be a terrible place to live. Because this is versus mode. Competitive city planning is a bad idea. You would not want to live in a competitively planned city in real life, I can tell you that. Your house would be next to a giant factory that was just put there to annoy you. Maybe that's why they took town planning out of the Olympics, says Cassie. Yeah, so this is versus mode, and also the character we're playing against, their gimmick is they try to get as many negative points as possible. So they're just spamming industrial buildings everywhere. And then prisons. Prisons actually gain points from being next to negative points. Fortunately, my secret weapon, the skate park, it's an unlikely secret weapon, but it completely wipes out the points of the prison. So that's now scoring -4. I'm forced to score -3 here myself. But yeah, it's okay if I lose as long as my opponent loses harder. That's video gaming for you, I guess. Yeah, so I think I just clear these last two things and then win. There we go. I win quite convincingly, actually. 47 to 8. Cassie says the last time town planning was in the Olympics was 1948, where gold was won by Yrjö Lindegren for the Centre of Athletics in Varkaus, Finland. Sure, why not?
You know, if you respect people, then you probably shouldn't refer to them as
Maggots are useful. They recycle carrion and garbage and can be used to clean wounds. Why not take it as a compliment? Ooh, and don't get me started on what the world would be like without common brachyceran flies.
Oh, we won't.
Okay, I actually got the 5 stars. I was not expecting that. That is good. Yeah, you need 25 for 3 stars. I got 47. Yeah, some of the solo mode cities in this game might be quite pleasant to live in. Because there you actually have to design for maximum points. But the versus mode cities, not so much. Yeah, the Olympics used to have all kinds of crazy things in, didn't it? They had poetry in one of them. Like the original ancient Olympics had things like poetry, and I think they were trying to replicate that before they decided maybe it's better if we just do sports. I can't remember what it was now. There was some weird thing in like the 1900 Olympics or something. Anyway, that has unlocked another campaign level. As I say, I was hoping to do a versus game with Harry, but I don't think that's going to work, so we'll just continue with the campaign. This game doesn't have online multiplayer, but it's supposed to be compatible with Steam, the Steam Remote Play thing. Yeah, mixed literature, dramatic works, epic works, and lyric and speculative works. Imagine winning gold in epic works. That would be...
What's that sound?
Good morning, City Hall. Do not fear. Captain Caribou is here.
This character is a little bit unhinged.
Oh god, it's this guy.
My reaction exactly, Lainey.
Captain Caribou is going to clean the scum off the streets and get people to work on time. I'm mainly concerned about getting people to work on time.
You know, our city does have a pretty serious crime problem. Our public transport system is actually pretty good.
Silence! I shall not rest until it is perfect!
Lainey, who is this guy?
His name is John Park. 4 years ago, the government employed an actor to be a kids' crossing guard mascot, just to teach kids how to be safe. We fired him 3 days after, but Captain Caribou never really went away. Let's just say he really grew into the role. Little did we know what he had created.
Captain Caribou will never abandon his city in a time of need. Also, consider making this doorway wider, for Captain Caribou struggles getting through.
It's the same answer now as it was back then. We're not going to redesign the city hall around a man who insists on wearing full-scale caribou antlers indoors.
Where did you even get those? They look real.
They're on loan from the Natural History Museum.
Museums don't usually loan stuff.
Captain Caribou has decided to help the folks at City Hall for the good of the city's transportation services. For every kid who has trouble crossing a busy street. For every employee who has been late for work. The two sides of the same coin. Only Captain Caribou can keep this delicate balance in check.
Come again?
You just have to let him finish. He just repeats this nonsense if you interrupt.
Captain Caribou wants to thank you for helping the city thus far. But together, we can be truly unstoppable.
We're not putting you on payroll again.
Please? I'm actually quite good at city planning. Plus, I'm homeless.
I prefer the term tourist.
Please! Does anyone dare challenge Captain Caribou?
So it looks like we're challenging Captain Caribou. He's slightly less annoying to play against than the previous opponent. Hasn't tried to take all our points away. Sorry, yeah, Cassie pointed out as well that the last Olympics where epic work was a competition was also 1948. I guess that was the year when they went, you know what, maybe this should just be sports. Maybe that would be better. Bagger says, I want to see the horse long jump or Olympic poodle clipping. Paris 1900 was really something. I mean, to be honest, horse long jump could still be in the modern Olympics.
Hey!
They still have dressage and other equestrian things, so I think horse long jump is enough of a sport that it could still be a thing. But, yeah, it's a shame they got rid of all those things. I was thinking, oh, should we start another international competition like the Olympics, but for non-sporty things? But there just wouldn't be enough interest, I think. It's a very expensive thing to host. Okay. It seems like this level is a bit easier than the last one. They're even giving my opponent -5. Oh well, I'm not complaining. What I've got to be careful of now is this column here where I've got 6 and they've got 4. I need to make sure they don't manage to... okay, they filled it up now. If they managed to get more than 6, they would get all of my 6 points as well as their points, which would be bad. That. This is fine.
Hey!
I wonder if I can force my opponent to put a house on that -2. Sure. That one. My opponent just used the ability Ray of Confusion. Oh, and they also scored a bunch of points against me. This is worrying. Yeah. Nothing I can do about that. Yeah, so the Ray of Confusion ability. 1x1 building placements will be assigned to a random empty tile. So I was trying to lose them a point on that last thing, but yeah. None of my buildings are building where I click them. This is a bit of a problem. I can't score any points because all my buildings are going in random places. Which means my opponent gets all the good places. Okay, 2 more placements and it wears off. So 1, 2, and now it should actually place where I place it. Phew, there we go. Okay, I think we can recover from that. We're just going to be losing 6 points from over there. 7 points from over there. Start trying to lose some of those points. El Tibago says the unofficial Olympic events at the 1900s World's Fair are great too. Ballooning, cannon shooting, kite flying, life saving, pigeon racing, amongst others. Yeah, those were the days, weren't they? I kind of wish they would bring that sort of stuff back. Like, obviously, they have international competitions in, like, pigeon racing, but you know how for the Olympics, like, there are sports that nobody cares about except once every 4 years they're suddenly really interested in how good their country is at that sport. And I just wish there was something like that for, yeah, pigeon racing. It would just be so much fun. I'm losing pretty badly here and I don't really have a good response. I guess we're not actually losing yet, it's about level. I have purchases, forgot to look at them. Okay, we're almost at the purple tier of abilities, which will be very welcome. I'm going to try and outscore my opponent on this column. If I can get those 6 points away from them, that will be very, very helpful. Replace. What's next to draw? The green or a house? The problem is it doesn't tell you which green it replaces. Okay, it did replace that one, which is good. That means I can times. Okay, they just placed this building here and it gave me 2 extra points. It gives a random building in the same column 2 extra points. So I had a 1 out of 3 chance of benefiting from that, so that was lucky. I think this means I win that column now. They just gave me another... Why did they give me another point? As I say, sometimes the AI is a bit not very good. Sometimes. They're mostly okay. Yeah, it's now 62 to 30. I don't think I'm in any danger of losing now. But that was mostly due to some slightly dubious AI decisions in that last bit.
It'll work out in the end.
Oh, they've just bought a steel points card though, so we need to be careful. Yeah, we'll just do that. Let's just get rid of these rows. We know we're going to lose points on them. We get rid of them now before we lose any more points. Ah, that's more of a problem. I just scored 12. Well, we're still ahead. Score 1 point as well. We're ahead 22 and we're quite near the end of the level, so I think we'll still be okay. I have been shrimping. I must not shrimp.
Let's see here.
I've turned into the character in the previous level one, depriving my opponent of points without scoring any myself. Naughty Emma. Uh-oh. I see the steel points card approaching. Can I clear this before they draw the steel points card? I don't think I can actually. We might be about to lose all those points. Oh well, we'll see. Maybe the AI will be too silly and not do them. You never know. They're thinking about it. It seems to be an obvious play here, so I'm not sure why they're thinking so much. Yeah, okay. Wait. They stole the points, they haven't even built on there. Also, this is actually quite funny. So I scored a ton of points here, so then my opponent deliberately made this building score negative, because when I win that column I get all the points in that column, so I would lose 4 points. But now I don't have any points, they're just going to lose 4 points. That is actually quite funny. Yeah, there's no way I can get these points because it's only they can build there. I can do this though. And so this. And this. I think we're going to be okay. Wait, you just... They just built a non-point collecting building on top of the 10 points. No, you don't get those points either. This is why I wanted to play a versus game against Harry, because I think Harry would play better than this AI is playing. Not that that's particularly hard. Yeah, they could still win, but they'd have to score like another 20 points more than me, which is going to be hard. Especially when I can lose them points with this. One of their tiles, I keep saying tiles, one of their cards is quite interesting though. The rail station card, that's this card. It actually draws railways on the map. Normally you just have roads, but there's actually little trains. I've been playing a lot of games with trains recently. This is not supposed to be one of them. But it does have little trains in it. You might even say that they're teeny tiny trains. Look. Okay. Enough looking at the trains. Another flaw in how the AI plays, I think, is they only buy cards at the start of a round. If they place a card that gives them a purchase point, they don't then buy the building, even if that might help. Although that's a fairly minor thing compared to just ignoring a load of points. See, now I have a purchase, so I might as well do it now rather than
Go
wait
back to
till
school.
my next turn. Because yeah, I can use this, and this you don't have to wait to draw the card. That happens immediately. So I immediately get an extra point than I would otherwise have done.
Ha ha.
I love the characters mock each other sometimes and say ha. Okay, so we can't quite see the end yet, but we're almost there, and we're up by like 36 points. So I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, there's the end.
Captain
So
Caribou
you
to
can
the
score whatever
rescue.
you like at this point. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference. I would like to at least equal them here, though. This is okay, I think, because this will give them 1 point, but it will give me 2 points, so I win. Oh, this is, yeah, that's homeless shelter, which is minimum 1 point, maximum 1 point. So no matter what you do to it, it always scores you 1 point, and you can't change it, which can be useful. No matter what I pick at this point. Well, this has been my best versus mode game so far. 103 to 62. You can get 7 points, that's fine, I don't care. Well, that's the end of the game.
Captain Caribou will now help you in your quest. Now, what is it exactly that's going on?
Okay, we did get 3 stars on that one. First try, says Harry. Yes, exactly. We even leveled up twice. Yeah, we needed 100, we got 112. So this is the actual final level of the campaign. Take on Miranda in the grand finale. So right now we have... we've unlocked every character except Miranda. And yeah, as you can see, they all have different abilities. It's quite deep strategy in the game. Taking all that into account. What are we doing for time? 3 hours? Okay, I think we'll have time to do the final campaign level and show off solo mode and try and get to show my high score strategy. I might... This level is really hard, so I might need to retry it, but we'll see. It'd be nice if we can do that. We would wrap up the game this stream then. I think I'll still stick with this character. I think this is one of the most balanced for like the campaign. But you can actually, once you've unlocked a character in the campaign, you can actually play as them instead. Yeah, they all have their own unique set of abilities. This guy, the Captain Caribou guy who we just unlocked, this is actually the guy I used to get the high score in the 20 column mode. Some of his abilities are completely useless, like this one. For reasons unknown, fill all empty tiles with concrete caribous. Some of his other abilities are very powerful. We're going to stick with Laney. And yeah, Harry, I'm sorry we weren't able to get remote play working.
Miranda.
I'll have to look up. Maybe it's because I can't do it while I'm streaming. Doesn't seem like anyone else is having the same problem as us, Harry. Like it says, oh, it could be a firewall thing and all that, but then that would be on your end, Harry. You'd have to allow the game through the firewall. Like it would still work from my end. So, no idea.
Then Caribou and his disciples are here to banish you from the city for good.
Who are you?
He's with us.
Oh, that explains a lot. Now, I'm going to crush you. Downtown will have the most concentrated area of fast food restaurants of any place on Earth. You guys really like your burgers here. I say burgers. I'm not legally allowed to call them that.
Oh dear.
You wouldn't believe what was in those burgers. Again, TMI, shut up, Miranda.
You know, we could probably just launch a health inspection and close down your restaurants. But I'm going to demolish you at your own game.
Like you've demolished all that greenbelt land? Face it, Thompson, you like to think you're always doing the right thing, but you enjoy expanding the city as much as my consumers enjoy expanding their wastes. And you've teamed up with a mayor who reclassified homeless people as tourists in order to make himself look more successful. Why am I the villain? Why are you here?
Your company posts outrageous profits. You could easily use that money for good, even just some of it. But you exploit everything you can for your own gain while telling yourself it's how the world works. But that doesn't fly in my city. I'm not here to rid the world of corporations, Miranda. I know our system has flaws, and I'm not here to knock the whole thing down. But I'll be satisfied if I can put a spanner in the works when it comes to the most extreme levels of greed. That's why I'm here.
Well, just to be clear, I actually am here to rid the world of corporations.
I'm here to blow it up.
I'm here to win.
I'm here to optimize efficiency. I was here to help kids cross the road. Now I'm a homeless person.
This game is fairly accurate. This is actually the sort of people that end up in local government. I can tell you that from experience.
I feel like I'm just being dragged along at this point.
Some might even say you're superfluous.
I'm here to learn new words.
If consumers keep consuming, I'll keep selling.
How would you survive without that third 12-acre holiday villa?
You realize you're only really fighting people's indifference and lack of self-control, right?
Let's make it interesting, Miranda. If we win, you give each of us a place on the board of Pat Burger. If you win, we'll rename the city to whatever you want, and we'll give you unlimited rights to build wherever you want.
Wow, high stakes. Count me in.
You mean high stakes?
Needs more. Yeah, well, this is the thing, T-Bago. Count Binface would not be out of place here. I mean, Captain Caribou is pretty much their equivalent of Count Binface. He's also wearing something ridiculous on his head and trying to be part of government for some reason.
Right? Guys, I just did a pun. Get it? Does nobody appreciate what I do here?
It was humorous.
You're going to regret this, Lainey Thompson. I accept.
Okay, so yeah, this is just a versus mode. All we need to do is win. But our opponent is actually quite good, unlike some of the moves pulled off by our previous opponent. One disadvantage of them being good is they do think for quite a bit longer. You'll notice that their thinking time is quite long. This. So there's actually 3 characters that have... remember earlier in the game I mentioned that the stacking buildings are quite powerful. This is the stacking office tower. 3 of the characters have abilities that replace a card in their deck with a stacking building. Lainey can replace a house with a tenement. And one of them can replace a building with a silo, which is the industrial stacking building. But I don't access this until I have the blue powers. My opponent can access that straight away, and also can replace any card, not just a house card. Tibago says, honestly, Binface gets my vote just on wanting to rename London Bridge to Phoebe Waller-Bridge. If I lived in their constituency, Tibago, I would be tempted to vote for them. They can't be much worse than the rest of that lot. But they, I believe they always run against the incumbent Prime Minister, so yeah, like, they never have any chance of winning. So my opponent is getting a point here, but I can get myself points now. So, notice we start at a column target of 4 instead of 3 for this level. If we'd started at 3, I would have instantly collected those 3 points, which would have been helpful. We didn't. It's okay though, we're still going to win. In fact, we're going to win these 2 points off our opponent as well. Good.
You're getting served.
Watch me destroy you.
No, I don't think I will. You can see they already have a load of powerful cards in their deck. The little purplish diagonal triangle thing in the corner of the card, it's like a square here. That's what tier the card is. All my cards, apart from this gazebo, are the purplish colour. That's tier 1. They're the weakest cards. And then some of the cards you get given by this are much higher tier, and you can buy higher tier cards in the card shop. But Miranda in this final level starts with all higher tier cards. That's one of the reasons why this level is much more difficult. Because the previous levels, your opponent was somewhat playing fair, and now they're not playing fair at all. They have much better cards than you. They have a bunch of abilities already unlocked. They also started with 2 purchases. I don't know if you noticed that. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you there. Welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. I literally only have industrial buildings to build, so let's build some, I guess. Hello Dexter Nova. Yes, it was you who just followed. Dexter Nova says, I don't know why I'm not following. Well, now you are, so don't worry. I won't take it personally. Also, hello, good morning. Well, it's 11 PM here, But good morning to you, Nova, wherever you may be. I could probably figure out where you are if I think about it, based on the good morning. Hope you're having a great weekend, anyway. Facing the most difficult campaign level of Concrete Jungle. We are very narrowly ahead, but that could change quickly. Do I try to compete with them for these 3 points, or do I play it safe and go for 3 points somewhere else? Let's try and compete with them. What's the worst that could happen? I do have another +2 coming up, so... Nova says, indeed it is. I wish it was 22:52 here, so I didn't have to go to work today. Yes, well... I mean... My commiserations that you have to work on a Saturday. Assuming it is in fact Saturday where you are. Yeah, well no, if you were ahead it would be Sunday, which would be even worse. So yeah. Sorry to hear that you have to work. And yes, as Harry says, many hugs to you. Be worth taking one of these. Trouble now is not... Actually, you know, this works out quite well, I think. My target is still 4, isn't it? Yeah. So I can play here, force that golem to clear, and then grab that. Get 7 points before my opponent could stop me. Nova says, how's your day been? My day has been good. My week has been pretty miserable. For much the same reason, work. I had a very difficult week at work. Fortunately, I don't have to work the weekend, but yeah, I'm pretty tired as a result of that. But I like the weekends because I get to hang out with my friends and play video games, and that's the bit of my life that I enjoy. So I try and I put the week has gone behind me, and I do my best to put aside the tired feelings and be happy that I'm streaming. So, hopefully you can do the same. What do I want here? This, get more purchases. I don't think I can compete with this 3 because I've only got one placeable, one tile I can place on in this column. So maybe we just do that. Yeah, they're going to be scoring big here, I think. Oof. Yeah, and I can't clear this column fast enough to punish them for it. And in a minute I'm going to have nowhere to place tiles. What's going on here? Why is the whole thing pink? This is a problem. At least I get another purchase. I don't even want +2 to a tile, really. I can +2 to this tile. Yeah, this is one of the reasons this level is so hard, because it just randomly throws you things like this, where you've got nowhere to place buildings. And your opponent is just free to score all the points. This is another situation where having an invert tile would be incredibly useful. See, I want to reduce their score on this, but if I place this here, I don't get to. And if I place this here, it discards this tile, so then I don't get to. But I have to place something here, because it's literally the only tile I can place on. So we'll do that, because at least I get a purchase out of it.
You're getting served.
Okay. We're still not even in blue technology, and they're well past that. Okay, and if I leave a positive point here, they'll just grab it. Dexter Nova says, sorry to hear the work week was poopy, but I'm glad your weekend is going well. Indeed, I also feel that. Work, come home, forget work, hang out with people, or in their Twitch. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Okay, right, so they're going to be scoring 19 points here, which is a problem. So I'm now down by 5. I can get those 5 points back. Oh, I misclicked. I wanted to put that house there and grab 5 points all at once. Oh well, we're down by 1. Could be worse. So I think the tables are going to turn here, and I'm going to get a big area to play in, which will be nice. This doesn't actually buff my building, which is annoying. Guess we'll just score 0. There. Yeah, so hopefully here I can claw back that advantage I had. While they don't have much to build on. But they're still scoring even with that. I don't want to discard the following card. The following card is useful, it gets me points. Maybe putting the cemetery in my starting hand was a mistake. Because you have to discard a card when you play it. Sometimes you want to discard a card, of course. Okay, I'm going all in on this column. They can't really compete with me in this column because they only have 1 tile and they've already played on it. Dexter Nova says, it looks like a very interesting game. Yeah, so it's a deck building, city planning themed card game, I guess. It is interesting. It's very obscure. I've never seen anyone else stream it. It came out a few years ago. This is the campaign. There is also a free play mode. There is a versus mode, but it's only local play. There's no online versus. In theory, it supports Steam Remote Play, but I couldn't get it to work just now when I tried with Harry. And yeah, the idea is you build up a city using your cards. And in versus mode, you try and score more than your opponent. This is the most difficult opponent in the game, so I'm struggling to do that. And in free play mode, you just have a certain limited area, and you try and score as many points as you can. I do have the number 1 high score in one of the categories. I'm wondering if only I had a house here, I could do +1 to an adjacent tile here and steal my opponent's 5 points, but I can't. I'll do this. And that's getting me 20, which is pretty good. And if I do this now, I guarantee those 20. Yeah, I'm hoping there'll be time in the stream to show off how I get a high score in the, or how I try and get a high score in the free play. Right, we are ahead on points again. Only just. Only by 4 points. We're now coming back to my opponent having the majority of the buildable area, so we have that problem again. As you can see, my opponent is well into the purple section of the tech tree, whereas I'm still much further back. And they've just given me these fast food cards. +2 economy for players playing as Miranda. This is one of the unfair cards that Miranda has in their deck. I now have... they have a special ability that forces me to have them in my deck, and they're actually pretty useless for me. And I'm forced to play one because I've got 2 of them at the top of my deck. Dexter says, I've never seen anyone stream it, never even heard of it, not gonna lie, definitely my sphere of interest now. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to anybody who likes the same sort of puzzle games that I do. It released to not much attention, and then nobody streamed it or made YouTube videos about it particularly. There's a couple of Let's Plays on YouTube. Anyway, that's going to be 9 points for me. I don't have any green buildings in my hand, which is a problem because it means I can't collect any of these points, which means I'm not going to get much advantage out of this final, and then it goes back to me not having any buildable area. So this is a problem. Borger, says T-Bago, thank you for that contribution. And hi, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower. Right, well, they didn't clear this lane, which is fortunate, I guess. I'm gonna use this power 3 times now, I think, just because I desperately need more green cards in my deck. Like, I can score points here, but I can't collect them, which is a problem. The opponent, meanwhile, is happily scoring points unopposed up here. Yeah, that's 13 points. If only I had an invert right now, I could make that -8, but I don't. Let's just take the 6 and be done with it. But yeah, we're not ahead because they've got 7 points on the table, but we haven't got any points on the table. It's close. Now it's not close. At least we can build again. I go here. I wanted to get 4 there by buffing it, but it cleared too quickly. Really bad at timing that. And suffering, but look how many green cards they have. They have 5 mentions in addition to their usual houses, so they can keep collecting points constantly, and I can't. But the shop doesn't usually offer you green cards. It does sometimes, so it can be very difficult to accumulate a lot of them. So they're now ahead by 6 points. We do have another section that's ours. Give us an opportunity to come back. I don't know though. I think if you're not ahead at this point in the game, you're probably going to lose. We'll see. Once again, I don't have any green, so I can't really do anything.
Watch me destroy you.
Okay. Good news, a green card has appeared. Bad news, no more green cards have appeared. I'm stuck with these stupid fast food buildings now. Just do nothing for me. Going all in on getting as many tenements as possible. Yeah, they got offered a green building in their card shop and they didn't even take it.
Let's see here.
This is so stupid. Yeah, none of these help now. I need to buy buildings. They just that was my building. You stole my building. Those were my points. Give me my points back. Meanie. Yeah, I know. Well, it's a thing they can do. They have an overpowered ability that can steal buildings, because of course they do. Oh, I thought Oh, I didn't get the purchase yet. Maybe I can somehow win this column back. I doubt it though. No, they just immediately clear it. Yeah, I think we might have lost this. Maybe difficult to do anything now.
You're getting served.
It's 9. So yeah, they're 13 points ahead. Okay. 7 points ahead. And we're getting very near the end. I think the end is only like up here now. Dexnova says, do you have a similar skill? In theory, the steel building card could appear in the shop, but I think it's really unlikely to. I do have this, which lets me give cards to another player, but the cards have to be in my hand at the time. I can't just say, give 2 of these fast food cards back, so it's not actually very good. I'd rather have more green cards. Yeah, most of the game, the opponents are fairly balanced, and obviously, if you play another human player in versus mode, then you are balanced with them. But in this, opponent is intentionally overpowered because make the game hard, because it's the last level. I have beaten it before, but I wanted to beat it on stream. We might have time to give it one more go. I'll see. I needed to have drawn something quite spectacular to get me more points by now. I might be able to outcompete me on this column, maybe. They're going to have a ton of buffs available to them as well, though, I imagine. Okay, they choose to play there instead. We might be able to get this 4 points off them from this column. Something. Also, they've decided to build this university, which gives them these dormitory cards, which collect a lot of points. It does also take up a lot of their play area, though. Yeah, we're back to within 3 points now, but they've got 4 already on the board. Actually 6, actually 8, actually 10. And I've got no point collecting cards again. Game. So these are my really powerful abilities, but we don't really get to them by the end of the game. My opponent started with a technology advantage. Ooh, thank you so much for the follow. Take an office tower. I think my opponent is passively gaining economy points as well, which I don't. Gives them even more of an advantage. As I say, it is possible to beat them. I have beaten them before.
Not
It can be done.
even a challenge.
Yeah, I've only got these. And then these. Oh, I can't even snag those 3 points because it's the end of my turn when that appears. That was a mistake. I'll have to remember that's there and clear that column while I've still got a play available. Because otherwise they'll do that. I wanted to do that.
Let's see here.
I think my only hope of winning is if I somehow take these 6 points off them. So normally this would be a bad idea, but I'll try and do it anyway. Ah! Interesting. So they had that buyout card again, which gives them ownership of a building. But I didn't have any point scoring buildings on the board at the time, so they didn't bother buying anything. So I sort of dodged that, I guess. Oh, I can't play there because that's where the university is. It's just half of it has disappeared off the map. Yeah, they've just got too many points coming in the next few turns, I think, to compete against. Better probably that. If I got one more placement here, I could probably have... yeah, they have a special ability that gives them 10 purchases. Which you might think is slightly overpowered. So you see they've maxed out their tech tree, and you see, look at the buildings they're getting now. They're getting really powerful buildings. Dexter says having a handicap and you're within 3 points of winning, that's great going. Well, I'm not actually within 3 points of winning because they've got all these points on the board already that they're going to collect. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so they have this card, double an adjacent tile's points. It's a quite powerful card. They have this. The university is quite powerful. It's just it's a 2x2 building, and there's actually nowhere on the board they can play it. I suppose one possible way to win. Also, they get 6 placements this turn for some reason. One possible way to win would be if you somehow got them to have 2 universities as their top 2 cards, because then they wouldn't be able to play any cards. Yeah, so my idea was to try and beat them in score on this column. As you can see, I'm 1 short. I can +1 that block though. Yeah, and that actually gets me the points. Okay, there may be hope yet because I scored 25 now. I'm up 16, but they're going to score 22 here. Yeah, I really needed to have snagged this 10 before they got it. And I didn't. I think they still win, but it was close. Oh, I can steal this column off them. That's 14. Now they get 10. Now they get 12.
Hey!
There's 8 points in it. Right, do I clear this column? Don't know what the right play is now. What, they're going to do something overpowered no matter what, so... Like, it might look like it's hard to score 8 points, but I'm sure they can find a way to score 8 points. Okay, decide to score 1 point. And then lose me a point. Okay, they need to score 7. Oh! Okay, that was a huge misplay. They just blocked off these, so I just clear this now and I win. Okay, somehow I won that. No idea how. I really shouldn't have won that, but I got lucky that I managed to steal the points off them. And I still only just got there.
You won?
I'm as shocked as you. I have won this before. I've played through the whole campaign when I first bought this game years ago, but it took me like 10 attempts to beat this level. The first time I played this game.
Oh, snap.
I'll have to sell my holiday villa. Maybe even both of them. No!
We make up just over half of the company's board now.
I've got an awesome name. How about Karaburger?
That is inspired.
So we get the good ending.
Giles, you're in charge of production. We're going to scale the expansion down and the quality up. Miranda, you're still a multimillionaire. Your problems don't mean anything to us. But your experience is valuable. We'd like to keep you on the board.
Would we?
Yeah, my thoughts
We
exactly.
don't have to be friends. We just have to work together. Believe me, I think we're all prepared for that.
We have to keep you on board so we can unlock you as a playable character, of course.
What are you trying to say?
I think you'll ruin my company the same way as you ruined this city. But if this is a sinking ship, I'm going down with it.
What are you talking about? Caribou City is awesome. In the last year, we've been able to build the largest number of new houses on record.
The agriculture industry is booming. We can even support a local fast food chain like Karaburger.
Our football team actually won yesterday, and now we have fans outside the city.
We've even been able to increase science funding. The tech industry is starting to take notice, and our industry is becoming cleaner.
And our manufacturing industry is booming, maggot.
And I have learned 7 new words. Things are going stupendously well. Plus, it's making me look really good at my job, so keep it up.
Aw, you guys, I'm so proud of you.
I could throw up.
Plus, now the city can actually pay you.
Wait, I wasn't getting paid this whole time?
You will now.
Even me?
Anybody want to go get a celebratory drink?
You kinda avoided my question there, Lainey.
So yeah, I didn't get 3 stars. I have got. There's an achievement for getting 3 stars on all campaign levels, so you do need that to 100% the game. I have beaten this level with 3 stars before, but I will take beating it at all. And then it shows you the credits, which this is over here is who did the game design, and then there's a load of people who backed this game when it was first. Like I don't know if it was like a Kickstarter or something. Yeah, there's a lot of names there. I don't recognise any of them. That is the campaign completed. So, yeah, you need 160 points for 3 stars. But yeah, so I beat every level with either 2 or 3 stars. There's not really any new content to be had by getting 3 stars on the remaining levels. So, what I wanted to do was show off the solo mode and try and show the high score strategy. There's only about 10 minutes left before I would usually end the stream, but I can overrun a bit. I'm sure people won't mind. It's Sunday tomorrow. One thing I'll see if I can figure this out. This game doesn't have like profiles, so once I'd beaten the campaign, I had to reset my save file to start the campaign again. But you also unlock cards by leveling up, which you do by playing and getting XP. I don't really want to have to play a bunch of games to unlock all the cards, and I need some of these locked cards to show you how to get the high score. So I'm going to try and restore my previous save, so please bear with me a moment while I do that. And I've never tried this before, so hopefully it works. So I need to go back to here. Where I think I backed up my previous saves. Overwrite that. And then I'm not sure if that resets the options, so apologies if I launch this and it comes out really loud. Okay, now the audio options are still the same. Are all the cards unlocked? Yes, okay. So I'm going to switch back to the game. I said I was going to switch back to the game. OBS has other ideas. There we go. So you'll see that I'm at unlock level 100, which is the maximum. It says 101 here, but when you fill up the progress bar at level 100, nothing new happens. So every card is unlocked at all the tiers. There's a lot of cards. So this is the highest tier cards. These ones with the little yellow corner. Some of them do some exciting things, like quadruple your points and stuff like that. Dexter Nova says, I like the fact it has multiple playthroughs and there's lots to unlock. Yeah, so once you've beaten the campaign, what you can do, you can play versus against the AI if you want to. The AI, at least in the non-campaign versus mode, the AI is a little bit stupid. You can also replay any of the campaign levels, of course. And there's the classic mode, which is no deck building. I don't like that mode much. Taking the deck building element out of the deck building game really just makes it luck based as to, you win if you get good cards. But the deck building is quite interesting. I have high scores in the top 10 in most of the categories. That is more a statement of how few people play this game than of my ability to play it. And yeah, my only number one score is the classic mode, where, as I say, this was luck based. I just happened to get good cards. Somebody got really, really good cards in the 10 column mode. Here we go. I have no, this, I was rank 1 on this at one point when I first got this score, and I thought I was doing really well, and then somehow this guy got 20,000, and I have no idea how they did it in classic mode. I know how to get 20,000 in solo mode, as you can see. But yeah, so I'm going to show you a strategy that can get you, see the game length? You can have a certain number of columns and then the game ends. You can have endless. The game goes forever until you lose because you can't keep up with the column targets. I assume this guy found a way to go infinite and just decided to stop at 1,000,000 points. It seems like a suspiciously round number otherwise, or they hacked the leaderboard, one or the other. But I know a way to consistently get 27,000-ish points in 10 columns. I have no idea how to get 100,000 points in 10 columns. That is beyond me. Anyway, you actually use this guy. You use the weird caribou guy. He has a couple of abilities that are interesting. The way to get a lot of points in this game is to score a lot of points in one column. The maximum you can score in one column is 99 points. If you put more points on the column after that, it'll just stay at 99. When you clear a column, you get the square of the number of points you scored. So 99 squared is 9,801. Do that 3 times, you'll get more than 27,000 points. This guy has an ability that gives you 2 clone building cards. So what you do is you try and get one building with 99 points on, and then you clone it twice into 2 other columns to try and get 99 points in 3 columns. To help you with that, you can also use his other abilities to steal points, so you can steal points from all your other buildings into this one building. He has a couple of other useful features as well. This ability called This Was All a Bad Dream. Remove all buildings and owned land they were built on. So you can play out your 10 columns, clear most of it, and play it again, effectively making the game longer. He also can just directly delete cards from the deck, which is really powerful. Most of his other abilities are completely useless in solo mode, but the fact he has these 2 and this is the best strategy I've found so far. And there are 2 buildings that... this is why I had to unlock everything. There are 2 buildings you unlock that are slightly broken when used together. So if you put a building next to another building of the same colour, that forms a block. Normally a block is limited to 4 buildings, so 4 orange buildings next to each other would be a block. You get a bonus to your economy for filling up a whole block. This building lets you increase the size of your blocks up to a maximum of 16 tiles. This building gives you +1 economy for each other building in that block. So you increase your block to the maximum size, you get it to 15 blocks, and then you place one of these and it gives you 16 economy, which is an insane amount of economy to be getting at once. You also then, you have a cemetery, you have 2 cemeteries. When you start the game, you start with 12 cards, and there are 6 columns on the board. So you can think of it as being 2 cards per column. So if you just put all your cards down, you're going to end up with 2 columns worth of houses, 2 columns worth of industry, and 2 columns worth of buffs. You can't remove the houses. Any of these cards I can change out before I start the game. The houses are limited to, you've got to have exactly 4 houses at the start. I don't want 4 houses at the start. I'd rather have 1 column of houses and use the other columns for more interesting things. So what you can do is, if you have 2 cemeteries, you can use the cemeteries. If you always discard a house with your cemetery, you can just have 1 line of houses and then use the cemetery to buff the other line and still get to 3 points. Yeah, that's what I came up with anyway. And then there's golf course. Golf course also gives you bonus economy. The reason we want so much economy is we want to get through this guy's entire tech tree within 10 columns, which is usually really difficult to do because we need this ability. Game there at 10 columns, and there is some luck involved, even with the deck building version of this. You want to start by drawing. Basically, your starting cards are random. You want to start by drawing a substation, not an electronics plant. So you can just restart a few times. Hello Matcha and hello DragonGirl_89. Welcome into both of you. Thank you, Dragon, for redeeming a Woodruff as your flower of the day. And Matcha for redeeming Dove's Foot Crane's Bill. Matcha says, hello, kinda forgot about the stream. Matcha, I've been streaming at the same time every week for some time now. That one's on you, I think. I've literally been here every Saturday for a year, apart from 2 I had to miss. No, 3, sorry, I had to miss. But welcome in, Matcha. Good to see you here. Don't worry, I did get the blowhigh, and I did show my outfit and all that other stuff. I hope you are doing alright, Matcha. Normally I'd be ending stream now, but I want to do one last thing before I end, which is this. Solo mode shenanigans. So there are a few cards that you want to prioritise for this. Circus is really good because it removes itself. Renovation is really good because it doesn't consume a space on the board. The board space is your most precious resource in this mode because you've only got 10 columns total and you've got to maximise your score within those 10 columns. So these cards are both really good. You want to use your abilities as little as possible because using an ability, even though some of these abilities are really good, like this one for example, which is plus economy based on block size, which we just established was broken. Using an ability doesn't advance the technology meter, whereas buying a card does. See, that's now gone up by 1. And we need to get to the yellow by the end of the game. Yeah, golf courses also buff economy. Starting with 2 houses is not great because I really want to discard houses. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably not gonna get a high score with this. It's just to show you the strategy. I'm not that bothered. So now we get to discard a house. And then yeah, this. So you see, the block is currently 3 tiles out of a maximum of 6. If I do this, now it's a maximum of 8. And when I play this electronics plant, I'll get 5 economy. 5 economy right now is a whole extra purchase. We'll get a deleter card. The other thing we have to be careful of is when our technology meter hits these little house icons, the game gives us extra houses. Now it's doing that to keep our deck balanced, but we don't want the extra houses because we want as few unnecessary cards as possible. So if I'm offered a card that lets me delete cards, like this scrapyard, I will take it, and I will delete a house because I want as few houses as possible. My aim is, if I can, to just have 1 row of houses. Yeah, if there's nothing good here, I can always take this, which is +1 to block, which is very helpful. Usually I'm going to be trying to get as much economy as possible. And you'll see that I get a huge number of purchase points. This card is fine to get because it's a pink card, so it's like a buff. It's not a building, so it doesn't take up a spot on the board, which is... Board space is our most precious resource. We ideally want the game to offer us cards. Deleted a house there. I've actually been given a second house already. Therefore, I bought another scrapyard to delete another house. Every single card placement for the last 5 or so turns, I've got another purchase, which is a lot of purchases. Now again, because space is at such a premium, the stackable buildings like the office tower and the silo and the tenements, they're really, really good because I can play that building 8 times on the same spot and not use up any more space. And I really don't want to run out of space, so all of the 3 of the stackable cards are very good in this. So yeah, if you get multiple office towers, that's fine. You can stack them all on top of each other. Size again gives me another purchase. We'll get. This is tricky because there's actually several good cards here. I probably need another buff. Okay, that's 9 out of 10. Always make sure that you can extend this block because we want to get 16 tiles if possible. Delete 2 cards. Is it worth deleting 2? I've got another house. I can take it, and I'll probably be at this purchase point before I actually get to play it, so that's fine. Need to make sure I can score 3 in the first column. It's not the end of the world if I don't. I'm going to have enough lives to force clear a column. But I don't want to do that because you get bonus at the end for the number of lives you have left. Dexter Noah says taking notes. Yeah, I mean, if you've never played this game before, I would not... This is not strategy you'd want to follow on your first time playing. Not least because you haven't unlocked all these cards yet. Well, I can put my... Sorry, this whole time I've had my face cam there, you haven't been able to see the purchase thing up here, which has literally been lighting up every turn. Yeah, I would play through the campaign first and understand the game again. This is not the best possible strategy. I know it isn't because people have got the high score which is better than this, so it can't be. Okay, delete 2 cards. Can I... Yeah, I can just delete 2 houses. My block is full, so this isn't going to count towards my block, but that's okay. Because it doesn't get bonus from the block side. Okay, these cards are all bad for this, so I'm going to do something from here. There's this free parking card you can use. It doesn't take up a tile, it just buffs existing tiles. So that's another good one to take. This will only affect 3 houses in a line though, whereas this can affect 4. So this is arguably better. I'll take that. I want a cemetery here to give me 3 points. I need to use the golf course. So column target has gone up to 4. You don't really care about the column target in a 10-column game because the game ends before it really becomes an issue. Right, now I can keep growing this block. We have another delete. The thing you've got to be careful of when deleting cards, you don't want your deck to go below 12 cards. If your deck goes below 12 cards, the game puts extra cards in your deck that do nothing except use up expenditure to keep it at 12. So you want to avoid that happening. But I'm at 17 right now, which is much more than 12. That gave me so much economy, I got 2 purchases at once. Which is nice. So let's take another office power and let's delete another card, why not? Thin to win, as they say in deck building games. And this is a deck building game. So. Yeah. I now have the townhouse, which gives you double points. Don't worry, Dexter, this is all very advanced stuff. If you're thinking of getting the game, then you well, you can watch my VOD of last week's stream to see me play through the first half of the campaign, which does include quite an extensive tutorial. I'm going to go there because that's only 2. As I have showed off in some of the campaign levels, there is a bonus for clearing all the columns at once, which requires you to not clear the left-hand column. If you clear the left-hand column, the game will immediately start clearing columns and advancing. That bonus is over 1,000 points, so even trying to get a high score, it does kind of matter. You want to get that bonus. I'm going to delete yet another house. That puts us on 17 cards, so I can delete another house. You might think, well, you've got no houses left, how do you score any points? Well, I have the townhouse, which gets double points, which I'm not going to delete. But also, there are 7 columns here. The game is only 10 columns long, so there are only 3 columns you haven't seen. And if I'm trying to stack up 99 points on one building, I only need 1 building per column, so I only need to do 3 more house placements in the entire game. I don't need all these house cards. So I'm very glad to be getting rid of them. Right, this is going to buff my block size to 14. I slightly messed up by not having these scrapyards be part of the big block. I now can't fit a size 16 block on the screen. That's okay. You see, the more tiles you place on this office tower, the taller it gets. And there's a limit of 8 placements. So I'm going to keep buying them. You can see we're only halfway to the end of the tech tree. It's looking like we're going to have trouble getting there, but it is possible to get there. It's possible to get there even only in 10 columns. It's just hard. I really don't want. I really don't want to play this house. I would like to discard this house, but I can't discard this house because the card that discards it is underneath it, and this is discard the following card, not discard the above card. Now that this card is at the top, it's never going to be the following card. It's always going to be the above card. So I'll just have to discard my renovations. But you see, we've managed to meet all the column targets, and I can put this house here. So now we just want to milk as much economy out of this section before we're forced to clear anything. Selective economy. You see, we're starting to get more powerful cards now. I also have these abilities unlocked. I want to save these till the end of the game. Although there's one that's one other that's good, and I can't remember which one it is. Oh, this. Yeah, this. You can get this for even more economy. It's usually not worth it. I still have a house in my deck, so I still want to delete cards, so I'll get that. This is 14 or 14. The house up there. I mean, this still gets me economy. Yeah, I think that's as far as we can go, so I'm forced to do that. Place that on our way through. So the game ends here. But we're going to try and not end the game just yet. It's going to be tricky though. So because only these first 3 columns are going to be scored, I can place whatever I like here. I don't have to place any houses, and it won't matter. I would quite like to use this landfill to delete a house, but my choice is play it or discard it. It's unfortunate. I think I'll actually play it, and I'll get rid of these 2 cards. They're not that helpful now that we're at this point in the game. I'll start trying to build up some score on this final section. Demolition is pretty useful because that removes a building, so it gives you another placement before the board is full. That I can demolish. What do I want to demolish with it? I can demolish this tenement because this is 3 points at the moment, but I can demolish it and put a townhouse. Now it's 6 points. Hello to the Iridescent Void, who says, I appear to have gotten a gift sub. Yes, a very generous viewer by the name of Mike Claroni dropped by and just casually threw out 10 gift subs earlier in the stream. One of them went to you. I think this is the first time I've seen you here, but maybe you were lurking before. I know it tends to give subs to people who watch, so welcome. We're coming to the end of our stream, but we're just seeing if we can get a good score on the free play mode of this game before we end. These cards are all terrible. Oh, I do have the delete thing now. Okay, yeah, just delete this house. I don't want that house. Trying to arrange things so that my cards that buff things can buff things effectively. I don't need the cemetery anymore because I don't. The cemetery was only my starting hand to get rid of houses, and all my houses are gone now. Delete that. This block. Grow. Purchases. This is really powerful. It gives you 3 purchases, but it also takes up 4 slots. I've been unlucky with the cards in the shop this game. There are 3 cards that give you a purchase immediately when you place them. An industry one, a civic one, and a commercial one. Like a blue one, a red one, and a purple one. I can't remember what they're called. Normally I would get 2 or 3 of those in a game, and I haven't got any. So that's been unfortunate. This cloner card is really powerful as well, but only if you've got a really powerful card you want to clone, and I don't yet. So I'm not sure what to pick. I'm just going to get this. I think we can still get there. Yeah, we're still getting more economy from these golf courses, which is good. I don't want any of these things. Why is this card even in the game? It's absolutely. I'm going to grab this because it doesn't use a card. That block. We don't actually have to, technically we don't have to get to the end of the tech tree. It's good if you do get to the end of the tech tree because you get an extra row of, an extra blank row in the play area, which means more cards to place. We only need to get to this point to unlock the yellow, so we need to buy 6 more things before we run out of space. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, this card. You buy this card, you immediately get a purchase when you play it again. I was just thinking that, yeah, Iridescent Void. T-Bago has a thing about the Void. I did think that when I saw your name. T-Bago says, I very much welcome the Void. And Iridescent Void says, I have gotten raided in before, although I cannot recall who. Okay. I raid all over the place, to be honest. I have a ton of people in my sort of streaming community, and I'm very proud of that fact. So, could have been a number of places. LT Bago says, that's what happens when you follow lovely people, you get raided lovely places. Oh, you're so sweet, T Bago. Dexter Nova says, haha, the squeaking building noises. Yes, some of the building placement noises are quite funny. You have redeemed a flower. Yes. I should explain, Iridescent Void. When I'm not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist. My real passion is pretty flowers. And to help people share in that, I have a thing where every time you come to a stream, you can get a random wildflower. This is okay. We don't actually need to worry too much about where we're placing buildings right now, because we will be removing them all and starting again. It is quite surprising just how long you can keep the game going when it's only 10 columns. But you see how it's possible to get quite a high score on one column, and then the idea is you duplicate that to another column. Right, we just need 2 more purchases. I think we can do this. I'm almost tempted to delete a townhouse. We don't need 3 of them. I think I'll do that. Is this block going to be full? That is going to be full. Looks okay. Don't want any of these cards. I'm going to have to buy one of them anyway. I'll buy this one. I will delete a townhouse. So yeah, next time we earn a purchase point, I now have access to the yellow abilities, one of which is basically wipe the whole play area. I also get these fancy buildings. I'm not going to do that yet. I might as well accumulate as many purchases as I can before I have to wipe the play area. So I'm going to keep going, getting more purchases. I did get a this double a tiles points. That's really useful to have. That's also quite useful. I'll get this. I did pick up this pollution card for playing the power plant building. This is usually bad, but because it doesn't take up a space on the board, it's not the end of the world for me. Now, all I need to do now is get another purchase point without a lot of space, which I think I can do. This is pretty much as much stuff as we can place now. Just in case I can get one more purchase point, I'll keep going for a bit. Ignore the fact I'm losing points, that doesn't matter. Okay. Right. This was all a bad dream. All my buildings have gone. And we get to do all that again, except now we start with more powerful buildings. Also, Iridescent Void got Red Campion as their first flower of the day. Red Campion is actually one of the ones that I have an emote for. It's this one. Oh wait, no, it isn't one. It's one of the ones I have an emote for, but I had to get rid of that emote because I ran out of slots. Damn it. I have an emote for it, but it's not currently available. Although, actually, Iridescent, since you got a gift sub, you do have access to all my emotes. So, if you would like to spam pretty flowers in other people's chats for the next month, you now have the ability to do so. Here are the flowers I currently have. Iridescent says, I do remember when the person raided into you. I was tired, so I raided him back. That's absolutely fine. We're going to be finishing quite late today as well, so. Iridescent says, flowers are amazing. Also, botanical science is such a neat subject. It is. I'm glad people agree. So many people, I think people are generally on board with the idea that flowers are pretty, but trying to get them to make the next leap to, therefore, conservation is really important, and we should try to preserve the habitats we have and all that stuff, which is most of what botanical science is about these days. So I'm glad to have people on board with that. T-Bagger says, I do the same thing all the time, then end up watching the stream on another occasion with no idea how I got there. My favourite thing to do, T-Bagger, is leave my PC on overnight with Twitch up, and then somebody raids into someone else, raids into someone else, raids into someone else, and then try and figure out how I got to the... It's usually the streamer that I end up with on screen the next morning is completely not anything I would watch at all, but there's obviously a chain of slightly similar streamers leading to them, and it's always really fun to watch that happen. Anyway, it's getting late. Let's see if we can finish this game now. So the strategy is try to get a building with loads of points, purchase the clone building ability twice, and quickly clone the building across these 3 rows. The best possible outcome is you get 99 points on the one building, then you get 3 99-point buildings. That's almost 10,000 points per building. That's 30,000 points. You get 3rd place on the high score table just from that. I'm probably not going to manage that, but we'll see what we can do. So this one's really good because it gives 2 points to every surrounding building. You see how the office tower and tenements are so good because you can just keep playing them. Play the townhouse here. The other thing to do, if you can't get a building to 99 points, then if you can get it to, say, 80 points and have 20 points in the other columns, then that works too. Tibago says we do a bit of botany here too. Yeah, so midway through my stream at about the 2-hour mark, I do quite often have a botany segment where I will talk about a wildflower for a bit. It's always fun. I need to be very careful with this first column. If I accidentally clear this column, the game ends. Without me having set up the combo, so I'm probably not going to put any buildings in that column just to be careful. So this building is good for obvious reasons. It does a whole row. Boink. Also very spiky. Tibago says, I wouldn't want to run the risk of having unknowingly watched a League streamer. Well, this is the sort of thing I'm talking about, yeah. I mean, I don't follow them if I don't like them. It's just fun to see where you end up on the raid chain. This one is not so interesting. It takes up 2 columns. There is also this, which... at the risk of extending the stream further, this card is really fun, and I'll show you why. Like, say I've got all this, and then, whoops! Now all that's gone. we can, but when the tiles go, the bonus points they've given you don't go, so you can start all over again with adding bonuses. Iridescent Void says, I'm partial to carnations, or I want to learn more flowers. Well, carnations aren't wildflowers, so I don't come across them as a botanist. Well, everything's wild somewhere. They're not wild here, where I live. My speciality is British wildflowers. But obviously there are many other interesting plants. Many plants. We might have a good opportunity to showcase the steel points ability here in just a moment. Right now I'm scoring 31 points here, but if I take these 9 points that are only getting multiplied by 1 and put them here, now we're scoring 40 points. With the same number of points, we just move the points around. Buildings where they count for more. So we get 2 of those steel points cards, and the idea is we use them to try and get one building as high as possible. Right now that building is at 30, but I have Monopolis, which doubles the tile's points. So if I was to get this to 50, then I could double it, and that would be, well, 99, because that's as high as it goes. Iridescent Void, thank you so much for redeeming I am cute. The best redeem. Thank you for being cute. It means you are cute, not that the streamer is cute. You have to read the small print, I'm afraid. Dexter says I have to go now, but he drives to work. But I really appreciated the stats in the stream. It's been very interesting. And I've added. Oh, you've added the game to the wish list. Okay. I'm not sure if the developer of this even still makes games, but I'm sure they'll appreciate that my streams have introduced someone new to the game. And thank you for dropping by. We will be ending as soon as I finish this. I'll have VODs of everything up, so feel free to watch the VOD if you want to see how it ends. It should be soon now that we finish. Do I break out the other steel points yet? Maybe. I might get another buff card first and then break out the steel points. So if I accumulate some points on this one, I can then steal them across. You need to time it right, is the other thing. Like, I need to have 2 purchases left to buy the 2 clone cards, and then I need to play enough of my deck to draw the clone cards. So you do have to be careful. You don't run out of space. This is really good, +3 to empty tiles. It just takes up too much space to be worth it. So I'll get the other steel points now. Okay. You steal points from there. It's 40. Oh, hang on. Whoops. I've just realised I misplayed catastrophically. I can't double this tile's points because there's nothing adjacent to it. Oops. Okay, I shouldn't have filled in that last column. Maybe I'll get lucky and get a demolition. I can still clone. I can clone the tile somewhere and then double it there. So it's actually not the end of the world. Yeah, we're starting to run out of space. Yeah, I totally forgot I had that. I think I was looking at chat. Yeah, when in doubt, blame chat. Iridescent Void says, I do imagine different flowers be native to different locations based on local weather patterns. Local weather patterns, yes, and also a lot of other things, like soil type and all that sort of thing. It's really very interesting. I recall certain flowers thrive in shade or partial shade along with other variables. My grandmother loves carrying plants and flowers. That's really sweet. Thank you for sharing. Teabago says also the garden command to check how many different flowers you have. Yeah, look at Teabago flexing his 96 flowers. Teabago is one of my most loyal viewers. Has been to all my streams, more or less. I need to buy something because that will give me, yeah. So now look, I've unlocked another whole row of play area, which lets me prolong the game even longer. Yeah, I shouldn't have surrounded this building. That was the misplay I made this game. To make sure I have this won't even. Yes, I put that there, but it's just a random building, so it's not even good. I need to make sure I have at least 2 purchases. So yeah, clone. I can clone here and then use Monopolist there. Okay. I actually sort of had a chance at a high score until I screwed this up, but I can still get really good. I can get 2 columns with 99 and 1 will be 61 plus whatever I can score with plus. That's still really good. So I'll take it. Yeah, this is still going to be really good, I think. Right, we are really running out of space now, so I think I have to buy the building cards. Okay. So, clone this building there. Double its points to 99. And then clone it again. Right, I can hold that clone now and try and squeeze as many points, more points in this first column as I can. Which is probably just going to be 2 more points. Because then, yeah, now this column is full. And I'll lose points. Actually, I won't lose points if I do that, because the 99. I have another purchase. Anywhere I can get more points into the game. Well, if I happen to draw this, that would be more points. I only need to leave 1 tile free. That actually doesn't lose me points. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we're going to have 77, 99 and 99. That's pretty good. So now I really do have to play this. There we go. 99, 99 and 77. So I could have had about 3,000 more if I'd played that right. Oh, for God's sake, no! Look at that! Your final score is 27,365. Your best score is 27,380. I was 15 points off getting another a new high score. Okay, if I hadn't messed up with the placement of that building, so I'd got 99 on all 3, that would have been a new high score. But still. I succeeded, I succeeded in my main goal, which was to demonstrate how to get a good score in this game. And that's what you do. So my score is 6th on the leaderboard. If I'd gotten, if I'd done that right, that would have been about 3,000 more points, which would still have been 6th. Because the next score is 60,000. I don't know what these people did. The strategy I just showed is the best strategy I know. And it's not good enough to beat these people. So, yeah. Right, I've kept you all up far too late. It's past midnight here now. So I will end. But thank you everybody for being here. El Tibago says, El Tibago talking about the botany, yes. So yesterday's botany redeem was opposite-leaved golden saxifrage, which is one plant that can survive in light as low as 24 lux. Yes, plants need light to live, but sometimes they don't need much of it. Plants that survive in woodland, where it's really, really shady, can often handle low light. And that is one of the most shade-tolerant plants. Certainly native ones. Iridescent Void says the top 5 definitely had magic. Yeah, and if you go to the infinite, endless, not infinite game, somebody has exactly 1,000,000 points. Either they cheated or they found an infinite strategy and just decided to stop when they got to 1,000,000. I'm only rank 62 on the endless mode, by the way. I'm actually not very good at the endless mode. This is the only mode I'm good at. Classic. Yeah, there we are. Look, I'm at the top. But that's the only one I'm at the top of. So that's going to be the final stream of Concrete Jungle. Iridescent Void, thank you so much for showing up. And if you would like to catch some of my botany content, I start at 7:30 every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, so I'll be back here tomorrow starting 7:30 UK time. That's 2:30 Eastern time if you're in America. And the botany is usually about halfway in. Thank you all for watching. Thank you particularly to Lady Silver and Dexter for the follows, to Lana for resubscribing, to Verdsky for the 10 bits for the giant emote, Mike Claroni, of course, for the 10 gifted subs, Ophelia for the raid, Rooney for the raid, and everybody who watched. Thank you for being here, Lana, best panda. So yeah, I'm going to be back here tomorrow. We had a poll on my Discord to decide what game I should play next, and the winning vote was for Celeste, which is a platformer. I am not great at platformers, but I'm going to give it a go, especially since the whole meme of all trans femmes play Celeste. If anybody is not in my Discord and would like to join, there's a link there. I do post some pretty flowers that I find while botanizing in the Discord sometimes, so as well as getting notifications of streams and stuff, you can see those there. Tibago is suggesting raid Mike Claroni as a thank you for all those gift subs. That's a good idea, Tibago. We'll be raiding in just a moment. But yeah, so I'll be starting Celeste tomorrow at 7:30 UK time. Next week I am actually off camping, so there will be no streams next week. The following Friday I will continue with Teeny Tiny Trains, and the following Saturday, now that we've completed Concrete Jungle, that will be another new game. It's probably going to be Core Keeper, because that came second in the poll and it only came second by 1 vote. Still seems quite a lot of people want to play that, want to see me play that. Core Keeper is like a survival crafting game with like a 2D pixely style. It just released last week, but I played it when it was in early access. I actually played it with another streamer. They were playing it on their stream, and I played it with them. They actually don't stream anymore. That was Blastoise. That was a ton of fun, and apparently even more content has been added since. And I've been trying to branch out into things that I don't, genres that I don't usually stream, because I have done a lot of puzzle games. So we'll try that. Yes, Dragon Girl is someone else who played Core Keeper when it was in early access and enjoyed it. And I think I actually came onto your server in one of your streams, Dragon, as well. So yes, we have that to look forward to in 2 weeks' time. Sorry, just check I didn't miss any chat. Tibago says Emma is Pippin of camping. Do they know about second camping? Lana says maybe we'll see Red Dead Emma. Yeah, I haven't done RPGs yet. The main reason I've stayed away from those is because I think it would take... They take a long time. I'm a bit uncertain about starting games that will take a long time to finish, because if people don't like them, I'm kind of stuck with them. But maybe. Probably not that one, but an RPG at some point probably will happen. Maybe Mass Effect, I don't know. I don't want to make any promises, but something will happen at some point. Lana says I missed the poll on my Discord. Yeah, I pinned it and like posted the reminder link and stuff, but yeah, it's easily missed. But don't worry, Lana. All the games on my polls I will stream at some point. It's just deciding which ones I want to do first. So rest assured you won't miss out on anything. Lana says, have you tried the Life is Strange series? I haven't. Is that another recommendation? I have so many things I want to stream, and maybe one day I'll get to them all. But no, I haven't. Life is Strange. Okay, so that's like an adventure game. Yeah, like third-person narrative adventure game. I'll have a look into it, Lana. Yeah, T-Bagger suggested I should try more story games. I think after the success of Spiritfarer, I could do more than them. Sometimes it depends on if there's voice acting, because I get a bit worn out reading all the on-screen text for things like Spiritfarer. But and feeling like I should be voice acting all the lines, and I can't really voice act. But we'll see. I'm not ruling anything out. Anyway, yeah, we're going really late today, so let's head over and find somebody to raid. Tibago suggested Mike Claroni. I'm just looking. There are some people that I'd really like to raid, but they're never live when I finish. So on the off chance that one of them is live, I would go there. If not, we'll go to Mike Claroni. Okay, yeah, I don't think there is. Let's just check what he's doing. Arena Breakout Infinite. Yeah, that's definitely not my type of game, but, you know, you have to thank people for giving you 10 gift subs. That's a lot of generosity from Mike Claroni, so we'll go there. Lana says, I understand that some games can be a lot with the reading. It depends. I like reading stuff out if it's not voice acted, because some people are not really watching, they're just listening, and some people are watching on a phone, and the in-game text is almost always too small to read on a phone. Last Campfire was very good, Lana, because it had optional voice acting for the text, which was actually really well done. And that was the game that you recommended, Lana, so I'm grateful for that. Okay, let's get this raid underway. There we go. This channel is intended for mature audiences. If you would like to spam a raid message in chat, and I encourage you to do so, then you can use this one today. I try to mix them up a bit. If you're subscribed, if you're not subscribed, then just put your own emotes around it. Use any emotes you like. I don't mind. Here's an example with some dancing dinosaurs. Mike Claroni. Sorry, I like to keep track of who I'm raiding and how often, because this is only the second time we've gone to Mike, which is surprising. Thank you, Alex. So yeah, as I say, I will be back tomorrow, 7:30 with Celeste. Don't miss that. Either you get to watch Emma be really pro at a platformer, or you get to watch Emma die repeatedly. Either of those, I'm sure, will be fun. And then I'll be off for a week, but I will probably be posting some updates on my Discord if you're there. And then, yeah, until then, thank you all very much for watching, and bye for now.